Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honorable members, pray be seated.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new member. Item 4, messages from the Governor General. Item 5, announcements by Madam President.
Thank you. My first announcement is a warm and happy Easter week. Welcome to all senators returning to the chamber. In the Christian faith, we celebrate this resurrection. We celebrate it as something permanent, transformative, and lasting a week of celebrations. So happy Easter week. My second announcement is on behalf of your colleagues. I have 4 requests for consideration of absence, and they are as follows. Regrets from Senator Dr. Mariana Charles. She's unable to rearrange her schedule to make this meeting. Apologies from Senator Dwight Horsford, who is away traveling on business. Apologies from Senator Salim Rahman, who is also traveling. And finally, fourthly, Senator Sybil Francis, who regrettably sends her apologies due to unforeseen circumstances. I would also, as a third announcement, like to join the nation in congratulating the Grenada Athletic Association and all others, officers of the association, coaches, managers, families, sponsors, the government of Grenada, and of course the athletes themselves on Grenada's hosting of the 53rd Carifta Games, and to congratulate the athletes in particular on their performance. We won't fool ourselves and say that it was so stellar in terms of the medal count and other criteria, but there's no doubt that our athletes went to the games to compete, to give their best, and that they worked at doing so. So whatever the numerical outcome, the spirit, the energy, the commitment, the passion, the drive, the loyalty to country, the loyalty to the games, was obvious among our young people, and certainly we want to commend them and encourage them for Carifta 54 and for the rest of the amateur or professional sporting lives. Thank you, Grenada, for hosting 53rd Carifta Games, and thank you, athletes, and your bevy of supporters and network for performing as well as you did. Gold, silver, and bronze we captured. I secondly want to send condolences, deep condolences to the family of Dr. Roland Purcell on his passing. I mention it in Senate because Dr. Purcell is a very well-known physician based in Brooklyn, New York, but has serviced the Grenadian nation in Brooklyn, New York, and the Grenadian nation here in Grenada. And his passing, his sudden and unexpected passing, really leaves a big medical treatment void and also a social void. He was a real force in the community, someone who was absolutely loyal to taking care of people and attending their events and being present. So we send condolences to his family, including his sister, Frances Purcell, and all others, his patients, his neighbors, his childhood friends, and those who will no doubt miss him. And may he rest in peace, and may his legacy fall upon young, new Grenadian doctors who are coming up. I want also to briefly report that I attended the session of the Parliamericas. Parliamericas is a parliamentary diplomatic grouping of all the parliaments and parliamentarians of the Americas, from Canada to Chile and everybody in between except the United States and Cuba, and the non-independent territories, but everybody in the Americas. And this is the 25th anniversary of Parliamericas. We recently returned from Washington, where Parliamericas has had an annual delegation to Washington. So this was a very interesting time to take a group of Latin American and Caribbean parliamentary leaders to Washington, and it is to be part and parcel of the dialogue, inter-American dialogue. And this inter-American dialogue focuses on all matters concerning the hemisphere. Again, Cuba and the United States are not part, for different reasons, are not part of the inter-American system. I correct myself. Cuba is not a member of the OAS. That's the reality. The United States very much is a member of the inter-American system, the OAS, the Inter-American Court, the Commission on Women, the Human Rights Commission, and so on. So this dialogue is structured to happen every March. We've been going now for the third year. And a final document is being prepared and should be in circulation, and you'll see what the conversation was all about in our 25th year. We met with the Secretary General of the OAS, who happens to be a Caribbean national for the first time in the half a century of the organization, and that is the former Foreign Minister of Suriname, Secretary General Ramdeen, who pledged his support to keep the Americas as one body and to promote cooperation, development, and peace within the region. Grenada's had a long cooperation with both the OAS and the Parliamericas, and our diplomat, our premier diplomat, the Ambassador Tarly Francis, was present and participating and spoke on behalf of the government of Grenada at a special session that was held at the OAS. So there were two anniversaries, the anniversary of Parl-Americas and the anniversary of the Charter of the Americas. So a lot of ceremonial and diplomatic occasions. I really do want to report that while I was in the United States attending this Parl-Americas meeting in Washington, D.C., I was invited to attend the annual Women's History Month luncheon, which was hosted by a Grenadian American, Aisha Braveboy. Please keep the name in mind and become familiar with her. She comes from the Braveboy family in St. Patrick's, and some of you might remember the name Pemba Braveboy. They are first cousins. Now, Aisha's dad, Cuthbert Braveboy, migrated to the United States. Aisha is his daughter, and she is now the county executive. The state of Maryland has, I'm not sure, 17 counties. The county that she leads, Prince George's County, is reputedly the area in the United States, the county in the United States with the largest number of black millionaires. In other words, it is a rising spot in the nation for black presence and ascendancy. And I must add that many Caribbean Americans constitute that black population. She is the executive, I mentioned it here before. And there were 500 professional women leaders of the business and social and professional community gathered to celebrate with her. And I think we would all be very proud that she's providing that ongoing consistent leadership as well as her leadership as a woman. She has been invited by our Grenada executive. The Prime Minister of Grenada has invited her, it's my understanding, to come to Grenada as a guest of the government. And her father, who is still alive in his 80s, a former engineer, retired, and quite proud of his country, will probably join her. So I just mentioned that so that we will, in the period of the preparation for diaspora, we will keep them in mind and they may be here. And lastly, I want to bring to the attention of this House the conference that will be held by the Parliament of Grenada, the UN Women and Parl-Americas. It's a conference on understanding through legislation, policy, programs, monitoring, what a care society can look like. A deliberate series of guardrails that can protect and support care and caregiving. It's a big field, and it's sometimes in most societies, caregiving is feminized. More women are in teaching, more women are in nursing, more women are in caregiving in the home, more women are in community work that requires care. So this is to understand, and in the wake of hurricanes in particular or other trauma to societies that cause them to rebuild, the UN has proposed and the region has adopted what we call Build Back Equal in terms of the distribution of paid and unpaid work, because so much of care work that women do more than men is unpaid. And this is part of the issue. Should care work, Senator Andre Lewis, I know this is of particular interest to trade unions. For example, women who are domestic workers or are giving care at home, their labor is not seen, not recognized, not rewarded. Should it be paid work or not? And what should we do and how do we account for it in the national accounts and so on? So there is going to be a seminar here in the context of Build Back Equal. And this is being hosted by Parliament of Grenada. You'll be getting more calls. In 10 days it will happen. And I know Senator Gloria Thomas, your ministry, Senator, has been involved in the Build Back Equal proposals that have been sent to the Cabinet of Grenada, and we in Parliament need to be familiar with it and to find out what constitutes an improvement in legislating and programming around caregiving in Grenada. So the Caribbean parliamentary leaders up and down the Caribbean will be coming to Grenada in 10 days to hear what we are doing for Build Back Equal, how it's moving us in a direction of greater equality. And so I ask you to look in your mailboxes for incoming materials for that very important session that will be held here in Grenada for the Caribbean within 10 days. This ends my announcements, Madam Acting Clerk. Thank you. Except to say thank you and my pride in the senators who are involved in Carifta Games. I think the attendance was very exemplary of the enthusiasm that we felt about hosting. Wish we had more, but I just want to thank a number of persons, Senator Adrian Thomas, Senator David Andrews, who were asked to distribute medals and did so with joy, with the engagement with the young people. Thank you, Senators. Now ends my announcements.
Item 6, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and a pleasant morning to you, the Clerk of Parliament, staff of Parliament, members of this honorable House. Madam President, I stand that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on February 27, 2026, at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
Thank you, Senators. Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday, 27th of February, 2026, be taken as read. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on February 27, 2026, at 9 a.m. be confirmed.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, the motion is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, at St. George's on February 27th, 2026, be confirmed. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Minutes are approved.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to present the following papers and reports from selected committees. Number 1, Marketing and National Importing Board financial statement for the year ended the 31st of December 2021. Number 2, Fiscal Resilience Oversight Committee 2025 Annual Report. And number 3, Fiscal Resilience Oversight Committee 2025 Annual Report at a glance.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the following 3 reports are presented and laid on the table. Marketing and National Importing Board financial statement for the year ending 31st of December 2021. Fiscal Resilience Oversight Committee 2025 Annual Report. Fiscal Resilience Oversight Committee 2025 Annual Report at a glance. Summary. These papers are now laid on the table. All those in favor say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Senator Roderick Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to yourself, of course, all the other senators in the chambers, and the staff, and everyone on the outside following this important session. I wish, Madam President, to make a few comments on the 2 reports, or 3 reports actually that are laid. Specifically, it's good to see finally that the MNIB has been able to submit a report for 2021. We know we are in 2026, so we do have some more reports to come from that institution, particularly in light of the, I think it's the 4th quarter. We're supposed to see some changes there, according to the declarations by the government, in terms of the change of business model. I wish, though, Madam President, to speak a little bit on the FROG report at a glance. And in there, one of the key issues that were raised, if I get the page, that would help us. One sec. Yes, I'm working with pages in the summary. That would be pages, it doesn't have a page number, but hold on a sec, let me see if I see it on a sec. So it's 20, it'll be 20 based on, because there is 19, which is on the one top, so you'll be, if you see 19, you'll see summary. And of course, one of the points that were raised specifically had to do with the issue of the statutory bodies, state-owned enterprises, submitting and providing timely and updated reports. And of course, it's good to see at least one coming in again, not only from the MNIB, but many others, which we expect to arrive to this parliament. In fact, connecting to the point of the FROG, which was also interesting, was asking that maybe there might be need for looking at the timelines that are established for some of these reports, such that they are realistic. Because from the FROG point of view, they realize that there is a lot of non-compliance in terms of the timeliness. So maybe it doesn't have to change. Maybe it's how work is organized. Having also sit on the Public Accounts Committee, we had a very successful meeting with the statutory bodies. Over about 60-something persons attended, And there were issues raised and challenges, and the present at that meeting also was the Director of Audit. So having been in that space, we do understand what are some of the challenges, and so there might be possibilities for the FROC itself to also have an engagement, because another observation that was made in the FROC within that same pages of the summary and the recommendation, it was interesting that the FROC specifically is saying that, look, there is no mechanism in place such that the FROC can be kept up to date with reports, conclusions, and analysis and recommendations coming from the Parliament. So there is a missing link there that basically they're saying they don't know what is happening. So even some of these reports would come, even some of the statutory reports would come, there might be comments, there might be suggestions, but there's not a mechanism in place. And it was very clearly stated that the House of Representatives need to establish a mechanism. So maybe the same finance committee or some mechanism need to be in place. I realize for the last few FROC reports, they are asking for help. In fact, they also asked in the previous report that they needed assistance with an economist. Now they are making a recommendation that they need 2 economists. And if this trend continues, maybe the next report they may ask for 3 economists, because the work is burdensome. They have to be commended for the effort, and they have to be supported if we really want them to do the work properly. And of course, the other aspect that I flagged in the FROC report, last time they spoke a lot about data and the lack of data. I didn't see that coming up in this report, so apparently there have been some improvement in that area. However, there's a series of recommendations that they have made, some of which had to do with consideration, and I would say consideration because the FROC making a recommendation doesn't mean that it has to be accepted and implemented, but they made some recommendations pertaining to the same Fiscal Resilience Act in terms of to be better organized. And of course, it means that there is that need for consideration. And so I'm hearing the FROC is calling out for help. So was their recommendation considered? Was it reviewed? Was there a debate on motions pertaining to the recommendations they make and a conclusion made? And so the FROC is there and they don't know what is happening. The right hand don't know what the left hand is doing. And I think it's unfair to them for the efforts and the dedication that they are putting out. At least put the system in place. You don't have to take all the recommendations that are made, and I am hearing a cry for help. And this is what I want to flag from the report, and we thank them for their continued effort in this matter. And the last part, they also raises the timeliness in which the appointment of the members would take place. They saw that that also is affecting the work, because they don't want to give no half-baked, as we'll say, reports and updates. So I think we owe that as both houses. We owe it to them. You know, they are calling out for help, and I think we should yield, at least give them the tools that they need to do the work. You know, most time we hear about people don't want to work, people having problems working here. They say we want to work. Don't hold us back. And we have to support them, I think, in that regards. I thank you.
I thank you for your comments, Senator Sinclair, and I offer the floor to Senator Nolan Cox for his comments. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just want to just raise a couple of observations on the FROC report. I think it's important to do that. And just to commend the FROC team for their work. It's important what they are doing in terms of keeping us in check from a fiscal standpoint. I just want to highlight a couple of things. I think Senator St. Clair spoke about the whole issue of having the economists, lack of staffing and support. In that regard, those are one of the things I'll highlight. One of the key things that we want to raise, Madam President, the whole issue of the suspension of the fiscal rules. And so 2026 basically is 3 years since those fiscal rules have been suspended. Now, that is significant in the sense that if we are going to return to the rules from 2027, I think it's important for the country, for the government to prepare, have some kind of credible exit strategy for going back to our normal operations in terms of the rules, because 2024, 2025, and 2026 is something that we have to pay attention to. So there must be an exit plan as to how we go back to those fiscal rules without creating any issues for the country. The second thing, Madam President, that I've noticed on the report, only 7 out of the 25 state-owned agencies have submitted audited financial statements, just representing 25% complying in terms of what they are doing in terms of submitting financial reports to the House in particular. So only 7 out of 25. I think that's something that we should pay attention to. And so that is one of the things that the report highlights. Another area of concern, Madam President, is that debt is projected to rise in 2027. And while from budget presentation, debt to GDP ratio decline in 2025 due to reserve drawdowns. But with new borrowing, that will push it back up in 2027. So it's just something for us to pay attention to, which is around 68% of GDP. And we have a target of going towards 60. So just wanted to raise that as something that we should pay attention to. All right? And of course, Madam President, the whole issue of geopolitics, that continues to be a major concern, not just for our country, but also for the entire region. So those are things that we need to pay attention to. So I just wanted to highlight those points from the report as areas of concern for us, for we should, as a country, as a government, that we need to pay attention to. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you for your observation, Senator Cox. Senator David Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I greet everyone in this honorable House and every person following this broadcast, wherever you are. So, Madam President, I rise to just make a few comments on the reports presented, and in particular, the FROC report. And I want to join in commending the members of the Fiscal Responsibility Oversight Committee, FROC, who have diligently reviewed government's economic performance and compiled the reports. But I note, though, with pride, some of the things mentioned in there. While we acknowledge several of the recommendations highlighted by members of on the other side, and we are happy to consider those because indeed they are worthy of consideration. But I point to the fact that the economic performance, and here I pause to commend the hardworking staff at the Ministry of Finance, the Minister for Finance and his staff at the Ministry of Finance, for in difficult economic times, they've still been able to manage the economic affairs of the state prudently. We see that growth in the domestic economy was measured at 6.2%, above what was projected. And that deserves commendation. In fact, it comes on the heels of 4.5% in 2023, economic growth, domestic economy, and 3.3% in 2024. And then in 2025, 6.2%. 6.2%. That is commendable, and we are quite aware of all of the tensions under which this has occurred. So commendations to the staff. Also, the report cites stable inflation. I mean, sometimes we hear a lot of talk about inflation, and we understand how that can be driven and how that is driven given international pressures and international trade limitations, restrictions, all of these things, and the geopolitical conditions. When gas prices go up in any place, it happens. But it talks about stable inflation, 1%, and that might be changing even as we speak, because it changes every day given international conditions, but commendations. And also the fact that unemployment figures were cited and recorded at an all-time low of 7.5%. And that is commendable. I know the Minister of Economic Development had cited that he had projected that it was going to get significantly lower, and that has been confirmed in the report. And of course, the final thing I mentioned, the leader of opposition business on the other side mentioned it, the fact that the debt to GDP ratio has gone down from 70 point something percent to 67.3%. All those are pointing or indicating in the right direction. And so commendations to the Ministry of Finance, the staff of the Ministry of Finance, and the government of Grenada. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. Other comments? Then I can add, excuse me, I can add mine, which is also to commend the architects of the report, including its managers, to get it out and get it out on time and get it out consistently so. So the 2025 report means that you're reading. I do note that the bodies reporting to the FROC are not optimal, too few. And I'm not sure if this is my job or not, but perhaps as an interested party, from my vantage point, I would encourage all the constituted bodies to aim to report early, thoroughly, and with a good sense, of citizen responsibility into the FROC so it can report. Number of observations that I share from what others have made, but the one thing I do want to say, Senator St. Clair, I also read the report, and the idea that they need better mechanisms for reporting or for networking with the Parliament. It's a two-way stream. I think the FROC really can reach out to not only the government but to the Parliament for information. FROC can go to the Gazette for legislation passed that impacts it. FROC does not have to wait for Parliament to send information to it. They can approach the Parliament, and equally, the Parliament can approach the FROC. So I think that communication gap should be eliminated. I am in agreement with you on that. But I do put the onus on FROC itself. It reaches out to receive reports, to inform, to gather data. It can certainly reach out to the Parliament, and I'd like to use this occasion to extend an open invitation to the leadership of the FROC to approach the Senate or anywhere else that it feels there is a deficit of communications. Thanks again, everyone.
Item 9, Questions to ministers. Item 10, statements by ministers.
Thank you, table of the clerk, and I offer the floor to Senator Gloria Thomas. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good morning to you and everyone in this honorable house. I extend good morning to persons listening online too. Madam President, I rise to share some of the updates from the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. But before I delve into my short report, I want to ask your indulgence for me to express sympathies to the families of the young woman that was found dead from Belial, St. David's, and also to the family of that young woman who lost her life at Seven Falls in Grenada recently. I pray that the family be consoled and that the soul rest in peace. Thank you. I am pleased to provide the update on the ministry's activity for the last month or so. These updates, to my mind, are very important as they allow this House to have an idea of what has been happening in the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. And not only this House, but the country by extension and those further afield. I want to start with the deaths of the elderly. I am pleased to inform this House that the ministry has taken the bold step to rename the deaths of the elderly. Over the years, the unit mandate and operations have evolved, and the name no longer accurately reflects the work the unit is currently undertaking. Madam President, I also would like to inform this House that the ministry is now required to modernize the state's approach to aging by removing terminology now considered offensive, the elderly, and replacing it with language that recognizes the agency of the individual. This renaming proposed transitioning from the deaths of the elderly to the new name, Unit for Older People Affairs. This change is not merely cosmetic. It involves refocusing the unit's operation on a new mission and vision aligned with United Nations standards. This ensures that government services for people 60 years and over move away from a charity model towards a right-based framework that emphasizes dignity and participation. The term elderly, used to refer to people 60 years, has been considered offensive and politically incorrect by anti-ageist groups, warning that it causes discrimination. In 1995, the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of Older Persons rejected the term elderly, preferring the term older persons instead. It is also noted that the term elderly, while used in a well-meaning manner, it is a misguided attempt to envelope the major clinical issues of fragility into a term that applies to older persons. Finally, Madam President, as I report on the evolution of the deaths of the elderly, the ministry is embarking on a new program to engage older persons across Grenada in a program that will be implemented at the community level. The program will seek to engage older persons in activities aimed at their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Presently, the ministry has established a committee to commence developing a framework to inform the implementation of this program. The program will be implemented in collaboration with the Ministries of Sports, Health, and Culture, and is expected to commence with a pilot before the end of the second quarter. Gender affairs. As I reported at the last sitting, Cabinet has recently appointed a new gender-based strategy and action plan, which was completed in collaboration with CUSO International and Global Affairs Canada. This document is presently under review and implementation will commence soon. I am also pleased to inform that in recognition of International Women's Day, the ministry conducted several activities, namely the hosting of a solidarity march against gender-based violence in the parish of St. Andrew. This march was timely, given the recent crimes in that parish. This provides a platform to demonstrate the ministry's commitment to the nation in our stance against all forms of violence against women and girls. The hosting of a national two-day training on sexual harassment and cyber stalking on March 18th and 19th, 2026 was also held. This training was designed to strengthen institutional capacity across ministries, departments, and agencies, statutory bodies, and key stakeholders to prevent, identify, and respond effectively to technological facilitated gender-based violence. Particular emphasis was placed on cyber stalking, digital harassment, online coercion, and emerging forms of digital abuse impacting women and girls in professional and public spaces. Social development. Madam President, in recognition of World Social Work Day, the ministry hosted a national forum to bring together government agencies, NGOs, community partners, professionals, and citizens to begin a collaborative discussion towards developing a national plan to address social issues. The objective of the forum included establishing shared understanding of urgent social issues across Grenada, identifying systems gaps, strengths and opportunities for collaboration, strengthening coordination and reducing silos approaches, generating core recommendations to shape a national plan. This project commenced in 2022 with funding from CUSO International in collaboration with Global Affairs Canada. Over the past 4 years, this project has reshaped how we approach gender equality in Grenada and across the region. As a result of the project, we have deepened multi-sectorial collaboration across ministries, departments, and agencies, strengthening civil society engagement, ensuring that gender equality is not only policy-driven, but community-owned. Build institutional capacity for gender-responsive programming, planning, and service delivery. Advanced data-informed approaches, improving how we understand and respond to gender inequalities. Contribution to gender mainstreaming in Grenada. Madam President, this project has made a tangible contribution to embedding gender equality in the core business of government. It has supported the integration of gender considerations into policy development and national planning frameworks. It has strengthened gender-based violence prevention and response systems, including alignment with national strategies. It has increased awareness and accountability across institutions for equity, inclusion, and human rights. Greater recognition of intersectionality, particularly the inclusion of persons with disabilities, youth, and vulnerable populations. Community development. 12 individuals in St. Mark's are now better equipped to build their futures after successfully completing a plumbing course on March 7th, which was yesterday. The graduation marks another step in the government's ongoing push to invest in people through practical skills training. The program focused on hands-on learning, giving participants the tools and experience needed to enter the workforce or even start their own small businesses. For many of the graduates, this certificate represents more than just a new qualification. It opens the door to steady income, independence, and long-term growth. Initiatives like these reflect a broader commitment to upskilling communities and creating real opportunities. By offering accessible training in trades like plumbing, the government is helping individuals meet current job demands while strengthening the local economy. As these 12 graduates move forward, they carry with them not only new skill, but also the confidence to put them to use. Their achievements stand as a reminder of what can happen when people come together for training. Social housing. Our ministry has recently revised its social housing policy. The draft of this policy has been submitted to the Cabinet for consideration. Madam President, in recent years, Grenada has experienced increasing pressures on its housing sector due to greater demands, rising construction costs, and heightened vulnerability to climate change and natural hazards. This factor has contributed to growing requests for affordable, resilient, and environmentally sustainable housing solutions. At the same time, existing housing stock in some communities remain inadequate or vulnerable, further underscoring the need for coordinated policy intervention. The proposed social policy provides a comprehensive framework to guide the planning, development, and management of housing initiatives across the state. It aims to ensure that all citizens, particularly those most in need, have access to housing that is safe, secure, affordable, and resilient. The policy also promotes partnership with government, the private sector, civil society, and communities to achieve sustainable housing outcomes. Madam President, through this policy, the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs reaffirms its commitment to fostering inclusive communities, reducing housing inequalities, and strengthening national resilience in the face of social and environmental challenges. In closing, I would like to reaffirm our commitment to this nation to do our part in promoting strong and resilient communities, and by extension, our beautiful Tri-Island states. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Thomas, and I join you in sending condolences to those who have recently had unfortunate and unexpected passings, especially the woman in Belle Isle, if I understand from the media report of this morning that she may have been ill as well. So this is an additional trauma. Persons who are sick need help and not to be left on their own, which ties back again to the care policy I'm speaking about. You know, maybe there was an element of caregiving that is involved in persons who are sick and not on their own. I mean, I'm just speaking broadly without any confirmation of the full facts. I also want to say that the Grenada Association of Retired Persons would be interested to hear of this report, this change in the name from the elderly. The retired persons are retirement age. They're very active, and they certainly are not elderly in the sense of retired from society. You may want to let us know when the new name comes into effect, the unit for older persons or older people affairs. That's how we have to refer to it now, so you let us know when that comes into effect. I also want to congratulate Global Affairs Canada for supporting all this social legislation in Grenada. You know, Global Affairs Canada says that it has a feminist foreign policy, and this is it, that it supports people, it supports equality, it supports dynamic and meaningful evolution of social policy. So thank you to Global Affairs Canada. But most of all, thanks to you, Minister, and to the ministry. I think there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of continuity coming out of the ministry, my own observation, and it's very good for the country. I seem particularly talkative this morning, so let me add that I welcome the physical development in Grenada and elsewhere, roads and environmental developments. We can't live without good housing and so on. But honestly, it is the social development that will make a difference. And I want to thank you for all the innovations in people's well-being. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. And I offer the floor to Senator Andre Lewis. You are free to overthrow me.
No, we will work together. We will continue working together based on your contributions that you have made over the years and continue to make. Yes, I too wish to associate Labour with the expression of condolences and to commend Minister Thomas. Well, because there are two Thomases on that side, let me say Gloria Thomas. Yes, for her work that she continues to do, the leadership that she provides to the ministry, which is something, in my view, that didn't start because of politics, right? But something that has been demonstrated through her involvement over the many years. And that is why I will start with the aspect of housing, and just to continue expressing our disappointment that the Chinese low-income houses that are designed for people of lesser affordability, the new approach that has been taken, it has excluded the original people to the kind donation of our sister country that it was intended for. And as I listen to you, and I can hear the passion that you speak about the aspect of housing for a certain segment of our community, I wondered for a moment what appears to be a significant mismatch. I understand collective responsibility, but certainly, I think it is something that I know what has already been done is done, but it is something that if there's a chance to review or repair this in terms of the affordability of the houses to the low-income people, the new barrier or benchmark that is there in terms of being able to come up with your finances up front, you go into a financial institution. I know a large segment of the population that we represent has been excluded. That I know as a fact. Yes, that I know as a fact. But, I mean, all is not lost. I'm addressing this here. Now, to go to the start of the desk of the elderly now to the unit for older people affairs. Just to piggyback on what the President has identified and to sort of make another request of the Minister. I know many times we leave here, we speak based on the demands of your ministry's time. These things are a bit challenging from time to time, but we need to continue our discussion on the aspect of the homes. Remember the labor movement, we had engaged your ministry, so coming out of our General Council meeting, I should say one of the unions in our council meeting, the Technical and Allied Workers Union, held on the 26th of March. It is a recurring matter that keeps coming up at the General Council because the workers in the homes are very challenged in terms of the terms and conditions of employment, and recognizing that in a number of the homes, for instance, Top Hill, I just name two homes, Top Hill and the Cajuna homes, that are designed for the residents and the relatives of the residents to be meeting some of the financial commitment, and in many instances it has not been met. So it creates that challenge that we have discussed for the caregivers. And these are not just people these are trained people. These are people that are, well, almost elderly population. But I would sort of refrain and try to know, older people as residents. Could be our grandparents or friends, many times end up placed in these homes, and they require the best care possible. The challenge is, though, that our caregivers in these homes many times are struggling to meet their own commitments. It is something we should continue to discuss and have. If we can get a commitment after this engagement as to a date that we can meet to try to address some of these issues. So take, for instance, Top Hill Home in Carriacou. For the past X amount of years, and up to as recent as 3 weeks ago, when the union visited Carriacou, the union is unable and the workers are unable to get the collective agreement signed to do with the terms and conditions of employment. And every time there's a new PS, and it is at the desk of government, that we know as a fact. And it is creating that strength so it can impact the quality of care. I'm confident that it has not, but it has placed the workers on a tremendous strain. So as the ministry through your leadership, Senator Gloria, continues to demonstrate that care for that segment of the population and that ministry, it would be useful for us to have a further practical engagement. A question of gender-based violence. I had two very important experiences that I wish to place on record here. On the 14th of March, in the parish of St. John in Cuthbert Peters Park, when the 47th anniversary of the Grenada Revolution was observed. And Madam President, I looking through the minutes, I saw you paid respect for the presence of your sister, who also were present at our celebrations. And we all know all the contributions of the Williams family. As I just thought I should plug that in here. The ex-PRA and Welfare Association, together with Grenfell Grenada Revolution Memorial Foundation, in marking that anniversary, what actually stood out in all of this is that the commitment was given by those present. So I'm dealing with the male comrades present. Everyone gave that commitment, but particularly the male to do everything to fight against gender-based violence. But what was instructive is that the chairperson, a former commander of the People's Revolutionary Army, reminded the ex-soldiers and patriots that were present that one of the fundamental missions of the People's Revolutionary Army, and by extension, the People's Revolutionary Armed Forces, was number one mission was the protection of women and children. That must be instructive. One of the main objectives of the PRA was the protection of women and children. And comrades were asked to stand to once again publicly show the commitment to this cause. And this is part of our national approach in light of everything that has happened, and I should say, unfortunately, continues to happen. We have to continue making that part of our everyday conversation. Also, at the General Council of the Greater Technical and Allied Workers Union held on the 26th of March, the male participants all stood in the presence of our sister comrades and gave a commitment to protect our women folk. I mean, it was a very emotional and touching demonstration and commitment, because the objective of the labor movement is not just about terms and conditions at work or pay. It's part of the commitment we have to the wider society. And our women folks are part of us. We are all part of, and we have that responsibility in recognizing that our society has been really unfair, and more than unfair, but to the point of where harm and murder has been committed. And therefore, we have to be our brothers and sisters keepers. And we have a responsibility that wherever we are, and we see anyone being taken advantage of, especially women, we must speak out. We must speak out for everyone. But we must not be reluctant or afraid to stand up and defend our women folks. Just thought I should place that there in keeping the gender-based violence. We wish to commend the continued skill training that you have spoken about, because we continue to speak about the challenges faced by our society, but there are some aspects of skills mismatch, and therefore part of our responsibility and your ministry as we do the training is to ensure that the trainings that we continue to do have the necessary outlets, and therefore in keeping with the private sector, speaking to the private sector, and having those programs where the skills that we train our people on can be utilized to that level, contribute to that level of independency. So I wish to once again commend your ministry. Under your leadership, we have seen that difference. We have felt that difference. And as I see for myself in particular, who has been aware of the work that you have done before getting involved in frontline politics. I know that there may have been a decision that you are no longer involved in frontline politics. Right? These things have their own consequences. There are tactical reasons and things involved in that. But I know that will not stop you in terms of representative politics. Because my understanding of your involvement in the different movements and agencies, I think it was, is it Rotary, the Lions? Yes? Everything. Because we have an interest in politics, certainly when people are, when people are identified to in the frontline politics, we myself included, review the background. And therefore I know that your thing was, what we are doing here, because one can feel your commitment to what you're doing. Yes, so we therefore wish to commend you for that. Thank you.
Well, for those of you who did not know, thank you, Senator. Did not know you are being reviewed by Senator Lewis. Senator Lewis, just before I pass the floor to the Leader of Government Business, I want this House to record and thank you for your leadership in the male involvement and leadership in particular to getting male organizations or men to be engaged in ending gender-based violence. I am so thrilled this morning to hear that you, as you report, both the XPRA Association or members and TAU's General Council, if I heard you right, have taken pledges and commitments as predominantly male-led organizations, certainly the XPRA, to not only work to end gender-based violence, but to protect women and children. I want to thank you, and I want to hold that up as a model for other men leaders in Grenada to work with the organizations with which you are a part or which you lead to help us get this culture of male commitment to ending gender-based violence and to the protection of women and children in society, because these are real needs in our country today. Thank you, and please return to those two organizations to report the appreciation of the President, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the Senate. And you are asking for the floor again. Please go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I know it's kind of unusual, but it would be remiss of me, as you have identified the two organizations that I've identified, to not, rather than wait later, to identify the Grenada Trades Union Council as one of the organizations committing itself. As a matter of fact, we have taken a decision that come May 1st. May 1st, gender-based violence will be one of the major issues that we identify against. Yes, I'm committed to, right? But at the same time, May 1st, in solidarity with the people and government of Cuba, which I'm going to expand on a bit later, but certainly May 1st, and the unions on a whole, the leadership, have committed ourselves, because the labor movement has been part of signing on to the Caribbean Congress of Labor, the matters pertaining to these things. So we have that duty, right? We have that duty and commitment to continue doing that, and I certainly will pass on to this organization your highest level of appreciation and commendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I include TUC, Trade Unions Council, in my remarks. We have the request for the floor from the Leader of Government Business,
Yes.
Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, I would like to inform the House also that I myself has been doing some background checks and review. And Senator Lewis, I have not completed the researches yet, but all indications are pointing in one direction. So I will reveal in due course, you know. Madam President, I just want to bring some clarity to the issue and the concerns raised by Senator Lewis in regards to the Chinese house. And I hope this will be the last rebuttal in that respect. I know that, well, first of all, I want to establish that this administration, we have a plan for this country and we know exactly where we want to go. So when we approach funding agents or people who are giving grants and donations, we are not asking them what they have. We are telling them what we want, because we have a plan in terms of developing this country. And therefore, when donations are being given to us, we want to make sure that those donations are aligned with our plans and our policies. And I want to see that we have done a lot of work and spent a lot of money in bringing the Chinese houses to a stage where people can live comfortably. And we are very, very grateful to the Chinese, and we have always expressed that. But I want to say to my good friend, Senator Andre Lewis, that while you may want to conclude that the houses were not given to low income, but I don't know what you consider low income, and you didn't give a definition to low income. But I want to say to you and to the whole of Grenada that despite we have categorized who should be qualified for the houses, we have the Ministry of Social Development, who have numerous housing programs. And we also have the Housing Authority offering Grenadians. This administration will ensure that nobody, not a single Grenadian, get left. So every single category, however you want to categorize them in terms of income, have a place. And I also want to make the point that the people who you may consider high income, the financial institutions are talking to them, and they are talking to the financial institutions. So nobody is actually getting, despite they didn't have access or didn't get one of the houses that the Chinese donated to Grenada, the Ministry of Housing and the government in particular is making sure that every Grenadian is well taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. There's a light on. Is it remaining? Or? Yes. We are able to move on, gentlemen, I think, because we have completed personal explanations, statements by ministers. Thank you. Madam.
Item 11, personal explanations. Item 12, motions. Item 13, bills.
Honorable members, may I have a very, very short recess? I want to retrieve something from my office. Sure. Thank you. Resumption. Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026.
A bill which seeks to amend the Possessory Titles Act 2026, shortly entitled Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise at this time to introduce a bill of significant national importance. Madam President, this is a bill that speaks directly to we are trying to establish the orderly administration of land, and at the same time, the protection of property rights and the strengthening of public confidence in our legal system. Madam President, the Possessory Title Bill 2026 is very timely. And also necessary for the legislative reform that we are embarking on in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, the framework has already been set under the 2016 Act. And so, while the Principal Act provided an avenue for individuals to regularize ownership of land through adverse possession, practical examples, practical experience over the years, Madam President, has revealed some gaps, has revealed some ambiguities and procedural weaknesses that must now be addressed. And this bill, Madam President, stands in the interest of fairness, transparency, legal confidence, and certainty. Madam President, the amendment bill therefore seeks to modernize and strengthen the process by introducing clearer evidential requirements. which includes one of the main areas is to get licensed surveyors involved in the business. So the scientific aspect of it, Madam President, has been recognized here. Madam President, the bill also provides for improving the notification and service procedures to ensure that all interested parties, particularly the previous or real owner of the properties. Madam President, again, we are living in a small village, global village, and even gets smaller in the Eastern Caribbean and in the Caribbean. And therefore, Madam President, it is important that this bill is being aligned to the more closely with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Civil Procedures rules. Importantly, the bill also introduced safeguards against abuse of the system, including restrictions on multiple application. Multiple application. And those things are practical examples that sometimes we close our eyes and those things get passed by and cause problems. Madam President, as we all know, land is one of the most valuable assets any citizen can possess. And therefore, if we do not put the systems and structure in place, we will find ourselves in trouble. So the bill is not just a technical amendment, Madam President. It is a critical step towards strengthening land governance, and it's part of our legislative agenda. Our legislation reform. And therefore, we are hoping that when this act is passed, when this bill is passed into act today, we will have less disputes, significantly, than the kind of disputes we go through today. Again, Madam President, confidence in the administration of land in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And so, Madam President, to achieve all those goals and objectives, this bill that I'm about to present here, Madam President, contains 22 clauses. And I will itemize them as I go along. Clause 1, it provides for the short title of the bill. Clause 2, Madam President, amends Section 2 of the Principal Act. And as I said in my opening statement, the question of land survey. And so in clause 2, we'll be inserting a new definition for land surveyor. Clause 3, Madam President, deals with the issue of multiple applications. And this clause will amend Section 3 of the Principal Act to insert 2 new subsections, 5 and 6. In Clause 4, it amends Section 4 of the Principal Act to insert a new requirement for the application to include particulars of payments made towards taxes under the Property Tax Act, Chapter 257B, and to name the legal owner immediately preceding the 12-year period. Madam President, Clause 5 amends Section 5 of the Principal Act to insert a new section for the application to be accompanied by a detailed report of a land surveyor. Setting out the standard with which the plan accompanying the application must comply, Clause 6 will take care of this very important setting, Madam President, by amending Section 6 of the Principal Act to insert a new subsection 1A. Clause 7 inserts a new section, Section 6A, to the Principal Act to insert a new requirement for the applicant to make a deposit of such sum as may be prescribed by the minister for the purpose of covering the expenses of and consequential on the application. These expenses, Madam President, includes obligation of the registrar under Section 7 as amended by Clause 8 and Section 23. Madam President, Clause 8 revises and expands Section 7 of the Principal Act. And in so doing, Madam President, it will insert new paragraphs with a requirement for service of the applicant on the register of the Supreme Court and the legal owner immediately preceding the 12-year period. Also, Madam President, this clause will include the requirement for notices to be accompanied by the copy of the plan of the land. It also considers, Madam President, to replace the requirement on the applicant to have the notice posted in the magistrate court and to transfer to the registrar of the Supreme Court the obligation of having the notice posted in the magistrate court. Clause 8 also, Madam President, requires the applicant to make a deposit to cover the expenses of the registrar discharge of the obligation. In Clause 9, a new section, Section 7A, to the Principal Act will be inserted. And this new section, Madam President, is to mandate the service of the notice of application on the previous owner of the land pursuant to available records at the Deeds and Land Registry. In Clause 10, Section 8 will be amended. Section 8 of the Principal Act will be amended to repeal and replace subsection 1 to provide revised requirement for service of notice of application in accordance with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Civil Procedure rules. In Clause 11, here we bring, Madam President, the Attorney General in the picture, and so a new section, Section 8A of the Principal Act, with a requirement for all filed documents to be served on the Attorney General. To avoid people making malicious claims, Madam President, Clause 12 inserts a new section, Section 11A, which deals basically, Madam President, for the declaration of possessory titles to specify the size of the piece, parcel of land. The size of the piece, or parcel of land. And in the next clause, Clause 12, limits the acreage for which a declaration may be granted. And that limitation is 1/4 acre of land. Unless the court is satisfied that there was adverse possession of a specified greater acreage. Very important. Madam President, Clause 13 revises the marginal note of Clause 12 of the Principal Act to remove reference to default judgment and replaced with ex parte proceedings. Madam President, Clause 13 amends Section 19 of the Principal Act to replace the reference to Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Civil Procedures Rules 2000 with Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Civil Procedures Rules, Revised Edition 2023, which is the updated edition of the rules. Section 21, Madam President, is a section that will be amended, and Clause 15 will take care of that by inserting a new subsection 4 to provide for a judgment under this Act to be set aside or varied from after 60-day period of Section 21, subsection 2 has elapsed if there are exceptional circumstances. Madam President, Section 16 amends Clause 16 amends Section 29 of the Principal Act to reflect the new Section 21, subsection 4, as inserted by Clause 5. Clauses 17 and 18 amend Section 32 and 33 of the Principal Act to clarify that reference to the registry and the registrar are in relation to the deeds and lands registry as opposed to the Supreme Court registry. Madam President, Clause 19 repeals subsections 1 and 2 of Section 34 of the Principal Act to remove the provisions relating to fixed fees for services by attorneys at law provided under the Act. Also, Madam President, Clause 22 amends Schedule 2 to the Principal Act to remove the provisions relating to fixed fees for services provided by attorneys at law on the Act. Madam President, now we come to Clause 20, which inserts a new section, Section 34A. And this section, Madam President, is to empower the Registrar of the Supreme Court to publish the notices relating to applications under the Act using various methods, including the modernized way of disseminating information electronic means. And the final clause, Madam President, clause 21, amends Schedule 1 to the Principal Act to repeal Forms 1 and 3 and to revise Form 2 to better reflect consistency with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court procedures rules. Madam President, I now commend this bill to this Honorable Senate for a meaningful debate as we help build our country. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman who represents the government here in the Senate, leads that representation anyway. And say to you that this is a very detailed and in many regards, I don't know if it's comprehensive, but it's certainly expansive piece of legislation. And I look forward to some specific clarifications as we go along. And I'm sure that we look forward to the contributions, which will be led off by Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, Senator Nolan Cox, the man from Carriacou, Senator Cox.
Most definitely. Thank
And
you very
Petit
much.
Mr. Hall.
That's the problem when people don't abuse this Madam President. That's how it does go sometimes. Nonetheless, thank you very much, Madam President, for the opportunity to make a contribution on the bill before this House, the Possessory Titles Amendment Bill. Madam President, I think this bill, when it was introduced, there were some specific reasons why you wanted to have such a bill. I think a lot of it centered around the challenges of persons being able to get proper titles for lands that may have some gaps in terms of the search. Persons may have had the right to it, but they cannot come up with a clear title. And so this bill was done initially to help persons. And one area in particular, one community in particular that suffered a lot from this issue that this bill is trying to solve is Pidimantnik, where the titles are not clear, and do have some of those issues in Carriacou, and of course on the mainland as well. But this bill was intended to help resolve this issue of trying to bring clear titles so that persons can have something tangible in the hand that they can go to a lending institution and extract some value from those properties so that they can build their own wealth and the family wealth. So, Madam President, a backdrop, that is my understanding of this possessory title bill from its initial construct. Madam President, this amendment, as indicated by the presenter of the bill, there's some key changes. New documentation is required, survey requirements, deposits, now mandatory deposits, expanded costs, limited land size, stronger notification for requirements, greater involvement of the Attorney General's office, removal of fixed legal fees, and expanding powers for publication and other services in regard to notices. Madam President, I think it's clear what the intention of the bill in terms of what they're trying to seek in terms of bringing some more tightening, cutting out loopholes. But as with everything, Madam President, sometimes those approaches can also create problems going forward as well. And the whole issue of trying to protect the rightful landowners, that of course, that is a noble approach to improve accuracy and accountability. That is all good attributes of the amendment, Madam President, that I've observed. However, there's something that I wanted to just flag as concerns, and maybe some things may be possible in terms of looking at amendments going forward too as well, Madam President. And it is clear that this amendment basically will make land ownership through the possessory title, in most cases, more expensive. And I stand corrected. Maybe the President of the bill can clarify that. But based on what I'm seeing, Madam President, this is going to be a more expensive venture in terms of persons having to access or to acquire land through possessory title. And I see this because this bill introduces mandatory deposit. It also introduces survey report, meaning now that fees have to be paid to a surveyor. Publication costs, those costs are now transferred to the applicant. And of course, legal fees where you had fixed fee before, now that is not the case. Although you can go to as much as $7,500. But it is clear that it is going to be more expensive for persons accessing land through this measure. Also, Madam President, the whole issue of the quarter of an acre limit, I think that in itself, and maybe the member for fisher and farmers folks, that will play difficult for them. As you know, in areas like St. Andrews, I don't see anybody coming to the court and asking for possessory title for a quarter of an acre of land. And so I am just probably hoping that maybe the presenter could give some more clarity on why quarter of an acre and why not half an acre or 1 acre. I think that would be a good thing for some to bring some clarification. Why quarter of an acre? And why not an acre? As in most cases, based on family lands, you would find those lands exceeding, in most cases, half an acre or an acre. I don't know if there's a precedent from previous cases that have been filed in the court for possessory title. Hence the reason why quarter of an acre has been identified. And so this is a major policy shift, Madam President, in terms of how much lands that can be. Although the bill said that additional proof provided for more, then the court may grant, but the initial amount that we've seen is quarter of an acre. So I think with this major policy shift, I think that I didn't hear the presenter bring some clarity as to why quarter of an acre against an acre or half an acre or more, 2 acres. As you know, persons in the farming sector may request a possessory title for farming purposes, and as such, this doesn't align with that at all. And you know, our rural communities, Carriacou, Petermatic, St. Patrick, St. Andrews, they fall within that remit, Madam President. So I just wanted to raise that. And maybe some clarity can come to this next concern, the issue of increased bureaucracy. I'm not certain whether or not these amendments will reduce the time in which for the processing of requests through this possessory title, or whether or not it may increase. From what I'm seeing, in my estimation, it should create some more bureaucracy because more players involved, more steps is involved. the Attorney General's office, the surveyor, so more agencies. So there's a likelihood of more delays, and that in itself can replicate and trickle down into more delays on the court system that is already burdensome. But I stand corrected. There are persons here who operate within the confines of that institution and may have a different response in that regard. But from what I'm seeing, that more steps are required, more documents are required, more cost is required. And I think all those are basically potential barriers for making this process as smooth and as more fluid as it was intended. Madam President, the whole issue of, I did mention briefly, the removal of the fixed legal fees. Definitely, there's a strong possibility that it is going to attract more costs. There might be justification for such, but the fact still remains that it is going to be more costly. And there was some mention that it is falling in line with the High Court, the Caribbean High Court recommendations in terms of how those processes should be done. But the whole issue of cost, of course, is a significant barrier, especially to those rural communities where persons who are seeking redress through possessory titles may not be able to afford that going forward, or it may take longer for them to access such going forward, Madam President. So that, for me, is a concern. It's a major concern. I believe that while there is a desire and there is a need for transparency to ensure that the process is tight, to cut out loopholes, but at the same time, we have to be concerned in terms of barriers and limiting access, because land is critical in terms of our development, Madam President. Madam President, I did indicate the whole issue of potential backlog and court processing congestion. Madam President, also, this may also create some administrative burden. As you know, with more agencies involved, the applicant does not have that level of control, how soon the sovereign may come, how soon the sovereign may produce those documents. Even the courts, how responsive the courts would be, how responsive the Attorney General's office would be. Those things are also things that we need to take into consideration. So, Madam President, those are some key points I just wanted to raise regarding this bill, but most notably, the whole issue of why quarter of an acre. I just find it is a measly sum, for want of a better word. It doesn't lend itself for somebody to put in that amount of money just to be able to access quarter of an acre of land. I don't see how that will transcend into persons actually. I'm not certain if it's a barrier or to prevent persons from being able to access land through possessory title, but it is something that I want to suggest that we look at. So, Madam President, in just closing, while this bill seeks to strengthen the whole process of land administration and we try to also to prevent abuse, we must, all right, how we prepare those amendments, we must ensure that in doing so, we do not create any barriers for ordinary citizens to be able to access land through the Possessory Titles Act. Because, Madam President, and it is clear that land ownership is a big issue for persons in this country, especially some of our younger folks. And land ownership must remain accessible. Of course, we want it to be also affordable and also fair. So any law any law that we amend or implement, it must protect the rights, all right, of people who depend on land for homes and for land for livelihoods. So those are some critical concerns in terms of potential barriers that may limit that access to persons who may have some challenges in terms of capacity, in terms of cost, and in terms of being able to access land through these amendments. Madam President, with these few words, these are my contribution on this bill before us, this Honorable House. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative in the Senate or as leader of the opposition. Thank you, Senator Cox. And the floor is offered to the Attorney General herself, named in the bill, her office anyway, and Senator Claudette Joseph. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to offer my support to the bill now being debated in this Honorable House. Madam President, I begin by making the observation that the amendment to the Possessory Titles Act of 2016, sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
Siri told me I don't need to apologize. Yes. So, Madam President, I was saying before Siri so would be interrupted, the bill to amend the Possessory Titles Act 2016 emanates from the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs, of which I serve as line minister. And that is because, Madam President, the relevant minister under the Act is the Minister for Legal Affairs. Madam President, as my friend Senator Cox indicated at the beginning of his contribution to this debate, the bill was originally grounded in a need that we have in this country that came directly out of our history of slavery. Madam President, it is part of our history that especially at the end of slavery, some of the former slaves were given plots of land on which they lived and grew their provisions. And those plots were handed down from generation to generation over the years. But the owners of those plots had no deeds to prove ownership, no land papers, as we say in Grenada. And Madam President, the common law, the English common law, on which our legal system is based, has a principle of prescription, prescriptive rights. And in the English common law, if you sleep on your right to land ownership, you lose it. Meaning, if someone enters on your land, possesses the land, occupies the land, exercises acts of ownership, whether by residing on it, building on it, farming it, and that happens for a continuous undisturbed period of 12 years, the original paper title owner, his right can be ousted, so that if he comes after 12 years of a person so possessing and occupying his land to now exercise acts of ownership or rights to the land, a perfect defense for the person who had been in possession all this time is that he or she had been in possession undisturbed for 12 years. So there was always that principle of English law which offered some degree of protection. But the law recognizes the principle of prescriptive rights, adverse possession, as a shield only, not a sword. So you can only invoke it when the paper title owner comes forward and say, hey, I want my land. Then you use prescription as a shield. That principle, Madam President, while it provided some relief for some, it did not provide relief for, in society such as ours, the majority, who would be occupying lands handed down, and we call those lands in Grenada, we all know the term family land. And it's true throughout the Caribbean, where we have the history of colonialism and slavery. And so persons who own family land without a deed had no redress, except if the original title owner comes forward to say, I want my land, and you use it as a defense. But you couldn't go out front and assert your right of ownership for the land. So, Madam President, following on the Vincentian model, St. Vincent was, to the best of my knowledge, the first Caribbean island to have a possessory titles act. I think it came maybe 2008 thereabouts, or even earlier. And in 2016, we used the Vincentian model to enact our own Possessory Titles Act. Madam President, so that persons who occupied land for an undisturbed period of 12 years or more, they actively assert that right, not as a shield, but up front, by going to the court, presenting the evidence, and getting an order for possessory title, which in Grenadian law now under this act is recognized as good as a paper title owner, or as good as if you have a deed, because the order is actually an instrument registered in the Deeds and Land Registry. So, Madam President, that was 10 years ago. And the legislation has so far served us very well. But the members of the public, persons affected, the legal practitioners who work the legislation, who represent people making applications for possessory title, and the court itself recognize some gaps and loopholes in the legislation that aid and abet abuse, and in some instances, outright fraud, in terms of persons acquiring possessory title under the legislation. So the changes that are proposed now were being discussed for a long time, at least since 2020 thereabouts, even before. Madam President, in fact, my immediate predecessor had actually started work on these amendments to the Possessory Titles Act. So it is not work, while we did a lot of work since 2022 to get to this point, it is not work that myself, as current holder of the Office of Attorney General, had to start from scratch. So we are at IDEM. When I say we, I mean the official opposition in the country and the government. We are at IDEM that the Possessory Titles Act needs these amendments so as to strengthen, as my brother, leader of government business puts it, to strengthen the administration of land matters in Grenada, and also to give greater protection and authenticity and bona fides to our land regime in Grenada. So, Madam President, all of the proposed amendments are geared to this end. Madam President, consider this. What we're trying to avoid is situations such as I will share. Two parties, one owning land, prized property in the south of the island, and they entered into an agreement for the purchase and sale of land. In the meantime, the vendor allows the purchaser to occupy the land while they work out the sale. The vendor is aged, the vendor is not ordinarily resident in Grenada. So the sale agreement is done, and a little bit of a deposit, but not full usual 10%, is made, and the purchaser is allowed to go on the land, start constructing a home. Time passes, the vendor is aged and unwell, doesn't have an aggressive agent here in Grenada, and the intended purchaser does not pay the balance, does not complete the sale. And then lets 12 years run and makes an application to the court for possessory title for that said land. An astute neighbor who had an idea that there was some arrangement to buy this land, sees the notice posted on the land that is required by law, and went out of his way to locate the owner to say, look, there's this notice posted on your land. I thought this guy was buying the land from you. No. This owner of the land now has to go defend an application for possessory title to show this order should not be granted. We actually had an agreement for a sale. Here's the agreement. Of the 10% deposit, he only paid a small portion. Other case, application for possessory title is made. Again, and Grenadians, we good like that. There's a word we like to use derived from the French or French language, but I wouldn't use it in this honorable house. But we good like that. We like to be nosy. So again, somebody sees the notice, gets in contact with the owner who is outside of the jurisdiction. Mind you, working hard in the cold, paying a mortgage for this very land. Had the good heart to allow a person to build a little wooden house on the land, and gave the person the requisite letters and so to go to Nawassa Grenlec to get connection. That's what saved that particular landowner. Because that person exploited the kindness again, waited for the time to pass, makes an application for possessory title. And when the landowner is notified and steps in and was able to say, but how could you assert an affidavit that you have been in undisturbed possession of this property for X amount of time, when you know, orally, I didn't give you a written document, but you know this is my land, and I gave you oral permission to be on the land. You came back to me to ask for a letter so that you can go to Nawassa and Grenlec and get connection. I gave you that letter. Here's a copy of the letter I gave you. Madam President, and we could go on and on. Acres, 15, 16 acres of land. People claim possessory title. People walk around, they see abandoned properties. They don't know the owners. They go, they get persons to swear affidavits to say that they've been in occupation of the land when that is not factually true. Nobody is there to defend. People lose their property. These are really, the first two examples I gave, Madam President, these are actual cases that I did in private practice. Actual cases that I did, in both cases representing the property owner, and was able to avert their land being practically stolen. So, Madam President, the people who worked this legislation, it's been 10 years and it has never been amended, the people who worked this legislation, the legal officers, the members of the public who suffer as a result. Imagine you are paying a mortgage on property. You're working in New York, 2-3 jobs, sending money to the bank, paying a mortgage, and somebody goes on your land. And you are there, you probably don't have anybody here checking, you know you buy your land, you have your deed, you're not checking, you're probably not straight, so you haven't come back home for a while. And while you're paying the bank for your land, somebody acquires it and uses the law, and you are shut out because you didn't object to the application simply because you didn't know. The 60 days provided for in the Principal Act, that time has elapsed, so you're barred now, you're statute barred, so you lose your land that you've been paying the bank for. These are real situations that arise with this possessory titles legislation, Madam President. And so, in consultations over the years, and consultations actually started before I assumed the office and continued subsequent, it was agreed by all stakeholders that to do justice and fairness to all our people, and so as to protect, in some instances, what our law, our Constitution recognizes as a fundamental right to enjoyment of property and etc. So we must streamline the legislation more, as Senator Cox points out, tighten it up a bit more. And so, Madam President, the changes that we propose to this legislation they are all grounded in these reasons. Madam President, which is why one of the first amendments we propose is an amendment to Section 3 of the Act by the insertion of a new Section 5 that requires that a person who has obtained a declaration of possessory title in accordance with the Act shall not make a subsequent application under the law, under this Act, for a period of at least 20 years from the date of the first application, bearing in mind the history and genesis of persons owning land in Grenada without paper title. History being former slaves given a plot of land on which to live and work by a former master. And over time, sometimes that lot is split because the original owner dies, has 2 children, it's split, it's shared. And so we have a real situation that we needed to address with a bit of legislation such as this. But the idea is a plot of land on which you may build a house, reasonable sized house, probably have a little kitchen garden or a small area on which you cultivate, not 3 and 4 acres. That's the whole idea. A plot, not acres. Because the acres, oftentimes, they have owners. So, Madam President, and we say, if you have acquired a plot of land by possessory title under this Act, you may not do so for a period of 20 years, except with the permission of the court and except you satisfy the court that there are exceptional circumstances that will allow you to make a second application within a 20-year period. Because conceivably, there may be cases where a person may be justified in making application for more than one plots of land. Madam President, the amendment to Section 4 of the Act simply speaks to like streamlining and tightening of the procedural aspect of the legislation and how a person goes about applying for an order for possessory title under the Act. And whereas the Principal Act sets out a specific form, the amendment proposes that an application be made under the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Civil Procedure Rules using a fixed date claim. And that's the format that applications or cases relating to land must be commenced by ordinarily. Any other case relating to land must be commenced by fixed date claim. And of course, this will be a matter relating to land. And this change is also necessary because now, unlike under the Principal Act, now certain persons, joining property owners, the paper title owner, the Attorney General, need to be served with the proceeding so that they are aware, of the application before the court. And it is important, the service on the Attorney General, I hear the opposition senators concerned about increasing bureaucracy and so. Not really, because this is a practical thing. In fact, even without the legislation prescribing it, the courts, under the inherent jurisdiction, the inherent powers that they have been asking applicants to serve notice of these applications on the Office of the Attorney General, especially where there's a reasonable suspicion that the property may be Crown lands. Because under Section 3 of the Principal Act, one cannot acquire possessory title against the Crown. You can't just go on Crown land and then do a possessory title application. The law prohibits that. But there have been cases where possessory title applications are made. In fact, the applicants sometimes don't even know that it's Crown lands. They just know that they've been on this land for a long time. They don't even know who the owner is, and they don't even know it's Crown lands. And there are a few that slip through. And people acquired orders of lands that really are Crown lands. So there's a practical reason why the Office of the Attorney General is to serve with these proceedings. Added to that, especially where there is no one responding to the application formally, the respondent or the previous owner does not comply, the Office of the Attorney General will provide another layer of scrutiny where on the face of the document there may be some possible fraud or inaccuracies. Serving the Office of the Attorney General will allow for that another layer of scrutiny so as to avoid persons taking advantage of the loopholes that we have pointed out. So those are the main reasons why the recommendation came through, and in fact the courts, as I said, have been already ordering persons to serve the Attorney General with these documents. So they're actually just formalizing a practice that is already in motion Madam President, the amendment again to Section 4 of the Act speaks to the limitation on the size, 1/4 of an acre. I don't think we would argue that 1/4 of an acre is more than enough for a person to build a decent sized home and have a backyard garden. And that's the whole idea. The idea is not for people to just go land grabbing and using the cover of the law. And of course, it provides for, if the acreage is more, the applicant provides the reasons and the special circumstances that will allow the court to proceed with an application for acreage more than 1/4 acre. Madam President, also the applicants will now be required by law, they are presently not required by law, to disclose to the court, to the best of their knowledge, and having done a search at the Deeds and Land Registry, who the paper title owner of the property is, who that person is, and to serve that person. So let that person come forward and say, well, this applicant is right. I didn't mind my business. I didn't give him permission to be on the land. I didn't check my land for 12 years. I didn't know that somebody was on the land. So, Madam President, with these amendments, the instances that I cited earlier, where the persons who applied actually had permission from the owner to be on the land and tried to represent to the court otherwise, and was saved by a curious or inquisitive neighbor. Right? That will be, for the most part, eliminated. Of course, things, we can never really have the law foolproof, but it will help where the applicant has to name and serve the paper title owners of the property or the adjoining owners, because you may come with two persons swearing an affidavit saying they know you've been occupying this land for a long time, blah, 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 right? And the immediate adjacent owner of the property could come and say, I don't know this guy, this person, I've never seen this person on this land. My land is adjacent, I live on my land, I have always known this lot to be empty for years. I've never seen this person come on the land, I've never seen him farm the land or lived on the land. So these people, these affidavits, I don't even know them either. So these are the kind of checks and balances we want to ensure takes place. Madam President, it is common for people in Grenada to pay taxes on land that they do not have paper title for. And in fact, that is one of the best ways that people get to prove that they have been in occupation of lands and exercising acts of ownership. So the requirement, it actually, in practice, it happens already. It is a standard thing that lawyers do, ask their clients to produce property tax notices, if you have them, to show that you have been paying taxes on this land. So we are just inserting in the law a practice that already exists. And of course, we would need, in this amendment to Section 4, the applicant would need to definitively assert that to the best of their knowledge, the lands seeking to be obtained by possessory title do not belong to the Crown. Madam President, the current legislation requires a plan, a survey plan, to be annexed to the application, and that is going to be expanded. And again, Mr. Senator Cox, this will not necessarily result in an increase in costs, because part of the procedure now is that a surveyor is engaged, and the surveyor does do a plan. All we are asking for the surveyor to do now, and most surveyors, they do a plan and a report. and that is usually annexed to the application. So what we are asking the surveyor to include in the report that he normally does is, again, to the best of his knowledge, whether any part of the land belongs to the Crown, and that will immediately oust the application. Any arrangement, any interest of any person other than the applicant, because, Madam President, another case again that I did. A father has children and gives his land to one son. That's the son who supported him the most. Gives his land to one son. That son, again, out of the kindness of his heart, left his siblings to live in family home on the property. They all know that the father gave the son the land, the son has the deed, and he just allowed his siblings, because he's married and he's moved on, he has a house with his family, so his other siblings stay on the land. And when he now tries to pass the land to his children, his siblings say, no, this is our land. We have been in this property since 1970, which is when the father gave him the land. And in court, relied on prescription. The court says, okay, you've been there for 12 years. Under the common law, the English common law rule, you can use it as a shield. But to get your paper title now, you need to go make an application on the possessory title of that. So luckily for this son, who owns land but kindly allowed his siblings to stay in it, he got a second bite of the cherry, so to speak, and was able to defeat his siblings on the application for possessory title. So, Madam President, these are real situations that arise. So the surveyor is now required to give particulars of any apparent interest of any other person other than the applicant, including a person who may be occupying the land, and of course produce photographs, which they already do. Madam President, the Act will now specifies that the survey plan must be detailed, given the exact size of the land, also considering the limitation that we are proposing, the name of the adjoining owners of the property, any natural or artificial features. Madam, these things are spelled out. Madam President, these things are spelled out, but they are normal information that you would find on a survey plan anyway. Madam President, the notice or the advertisements that must accompany the application, those are to be again published, and we have expanded it to include publications, online websites, and other platforms of the government. Madam President, in the current legislation, Madam President, the applicant a person who claims to be the real owner of the land or the paper title owner may apply to have the order for possessory title set aside. But if 60 days passes after the last publication of the order in the Gazette, their right to do so is ousted. Madam President, this amendment proposes that even after the 60 days would have elapsed, the paper title owner may still apply to the court, citing the exceptional circumstances that prevented them from making the application within the 60 days. So it expands the window a little bit allowing for persons to object to an order that had been made and having the order set aside. Madam President, the amendment to section of this, section 6. Yeah. The amendment to section 6 of the Act, Madam President, allows for personal service in accordance with the civil procedure rules on all the persons who are required to be served, including the title owner. And there's also a provision inserted, Madam President, 7(1)(a), 8(1)(a), Madam President, that requires where the title owner, that provides where the title owner is deceased, notice of the application for possessory title must be served on the estate of the deceased. And then, of course, Madam President, I did explain the rationale behind the new provision that the Attorney General should be served or must be served with all the applications. So, Madam President, I think these are the amendments to the legislation I would like to highlight at this point. And of course, Madam President, we can always discuss these amendments in more detail at the committee stage. So, Madam President, with these words, I almost said few, but it's not quite few. With these words, I commend the amendments to the Possessory Titles Act in this Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam President. Sorry, Madam President, right now, I must confess, I'm not sure if I'm breaking any rule, but at the risk of so doing, Madam President, I would just like to check my notes to try to answer some of what Senator Cox raised. The issue of surveys, I said I already answered that. Surveys are already required under the legislation, so it's not an added expense. It's just that the surveyor has to give some more details. The cost attendant to the application, Madam President, there may be a slight increase because we are requiring more advertisements, but that I would say would be nominal because already there is the requirement to advertise in 2 issues of 2 local newspapers. That hasn't changed. The notices are posted on at the Supreme Court Registry or the Deeds and Land Registry and the Magistrates Courts. The registrar is now required to publish the advertisement in certain specific places, and naturally there would be some attendant costs, though I believe nominal. And so there will be perhaps a slight increase in the cost to advertise. The change in the law, Madam President, relating to what attorneys at law may charge for an application of possessory title from $1,000 to a minimum of $7,500. That's a practical change, Madam President. Maximum of $7,500. That is a practical situation, Madam President. The work that goes into making an application for possessory title, I honestly don't know any lawyer in Grenada who charges $1,000 to do that, because it's not $1,000 worth of work. It's not. In fact, your advertisements alone is about 3 times that. So the work that is required is not so. And it is a high court matter. It is a high court application. So in fact, what we are doing actually is protecting the public from those lawyers who actually charge a lot more than what is proposed in this bill. They charge a lot more, and especially where the application concerns big plots. So we are actually protecting the applicant here in terms of restricting the quantum that can be charged for such application, which is your basic charge for a matter that goes to the High Court. So it will not result in increased fees for the applicants. I think those were the points, the other matters they have already treated with. So for a second time, Madam President, I commend the bill to this Honorable House, and thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Madam AG. Indulgence to the extent that you are responding to questions on the same subject matter. As I listened to you, I learned a lot, but raised more questions. I had such a matter myself, and I wonder, I listened with double interest, but it is perhaps in the post what happens here that the public will really grasp how it impacts case by case in its application, because I think it's rather complex. When you speak, for example, of the owner of the land, and I refer that to your first or your third case. In the first case, I believe the father said, this is your property. So that makes the person an owner. But having no title or deed, which is the universal problem, yeah, that makes you an ambiguous owner at best. And to refer as an owner, we need help there. I think we need help with registering the land, isn't it? How do you become an owner? If somebody says, I give you this, in the law, the eyes of the law, you're an owner, I'm asking you, yes. Yes, please.
One becomes owner of, let me put it this way. In law, you have a person who might be a beneficial owner, meaning that they have an entitlement to the property, but they do not have a paper title, do not have a deed in their hand. So readily you can think of persons who inherit property. So in the period before, in the period of the death of the person from whom they inherited the property, and when they get their own title deed for the property, they are just beneficial owners. So they are beneficially entitled to the property, but they do not have the paper, the deed for it. And then you have legal owner. And your legal owner is a person who actually has a title deed in their name for the property. And that's the best way to own property. So in the case that I cited, the father was actually the legal owner. He had a deed, he bought the property legally, and then he gave it to his son. There was a document they signed, but it wasn't a deed as such. You know, a family arrangement. So he signed a little receipt saying, I gave my son the deed, and it was left to the son now to go and have the deed prepared. So the son, for a long time, was a beneficial owner because he didn't have a paper title for the deed. And of course, he subsequently got his paper title, and that's when the siblings said, well, we've been here long, we have acquired prescriptive rights. So you have beneficial owner and legal owner. The legal owner is the one holding a title deed. The beneficial owner is the one with an interest or right to acquire a title deed but who does not yet have one. And law recognizes the right of both a beneficial owner and a legal owner.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. And to say that one of the more fascinating aspects of social reality in Grenada is this issue of land ownership. Totally fascinating. Tell me.
Madam President, the majority of cases in the civil courts in Grenada relate to land.
Not surprising. Thank you again. Thank you. Senator Andre Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks to the Attorney General for her presentation on this matter. But Madam President, she has also sort of crystallized in my mind some of the driving thought processes behind the amendment, which in my view is mostly welcome. So for instance, the two examples cited by the Attorney General in a private practice, because where my mind was going in relation to the quarter of an acre, certainly the framers of this amendment may have been highly influenced by the aspect of a plot of land for a house, right, and probably in the rural and the southern part of the island, mainly. And that, interestingly, that was one of the examples used by the Attorney General in terms of practice. Yes, because as Senator Cox indicated, that in rural Grenada and pretty much Carriacou, the aspect of land for agricultural purposes, yes, which is mainly the issue, although this is a practice over the years now, is that we take agricultural land and we cut it up and we turn it into housing lots, which is part of the land use issues that we really need to address as a matter of urgency. Yes? So with that, someone, given the experiences in rural Grenada or agricultural land, once it goes above quarter of an acre, then the legal teeth steps in more, meaning that you have to go to court, which in itself can also be a deterrent, right? I understand the complications because I can tell you this issue of the possessory title, when it first came about, I can clearly remember a number of us sitting around our office and indicating, boy, this thing is real old mass. In other words, it can lead to a number of problems in society, right? Even illegal reaction, because you can wake up a day, because we are so used to our land, people travel, allow people to use their land, and all of a sudden, you can wake up one day when you come back into the country, or so on, you without the land. So I could understand the aspect of trying to bring ownership, because about idle lands, etc., and those things are also important. But I remember the concerns that we had about this. So based on the explanation given by the Attorney General, I had this question here. What happens in case where, for instance, there's an only child, and it is known that as the only child, but the land may be, let us say, 1 acre. The child will have to make a case to the court for consideration, because the way this is structured, if it is 1/4 acre or less, it is easier to gain possessory title. But anything over 1/4 acre, you have to go to the court for the court to give special consideration. That's my understanding. That's my, for all. But certainly the structure in which I understand here in terms of anything above 1/4 acre, that's basically you'll have to make a special case. But you don't have to make a special case. I'm just looking at the construction of what is before me and even the explanation. It says that the court, in other words, anything over 1/4 acre, you'll have to make a special case. Or you have to go to the court to make a case for consideration. So this is understood here so that the person can go to the court. But also instructive as the inciting the example and the rationale behind some of the thought processes is that where you have people land hunting, my terminology, conversation has been held outside it that there are certain professions, probably the legal profession, may not be widespread, where there are people who may be specialized in trying to come into ownership. And probably my learned friend here may not have, because that's the profession she is from. Certainly those with that understanding and knowledge of how to approach possessory title, a lot of that information resides within the domain of some people or most people within the legal profession. And certainly one I've heard of this sort of approach, where if you look at the local weekly papers, the amount of notices or so is seen in relation to possessory titles. And it is quite possible, even if I was to piggyback on my colleague here, that there may be individuals, it may not be widespread, who may be specialized in some of those areas. So once that has been identified, and this is aimed to sort of help manage and curtail, this is welcome. Because even with our local papers, where notice were required to be placed, many times that do not reach the wider population outside of Grenada. And as the Attorney General indicated, which is a good for society, it is always good to have a nosy neighbor, because even nosy neighbors are able to pass on information, preventing crime, identifying issues, and it is found in one of our reggae songs from out of Jamaica, which says it's a good thing to have a nosy neighbor so daddy don't, etc. So I'm saying that these things work, but it's also good to strengthen the processes to ensure as much as possible that the original owners, for want of a better word, right, effort has been made to bring some of these matters or those matters to their attention. Under the, guess one can develop on this on the, when we meet in committees, but when I look at the possessory title on the explanatory notes, which does not seem to match, or there's a misstep under the Possessory Title Amendment Act, Clause 3. The Clause 3 speaks about inserting or introducing two new sections, I think 5 and 6. That is under the explanatory notes. But when I go under the Title Amendment Act itself, I'm only seeing 5, and then A and B. And under the explanatory notes, it says here, permit me to read, Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 3 of the Principal Act to insert 2 new subsections, that's 5 and 6. I'm saying I'm only seeing 5. To provide a bar against the making of multiple applications under the Possessory Titles Act 2016 unless the original application was refused due to a procedural irregularity. When I read the explanatory notes, it seemed to have been designed to address where you made an application and you failed. However, the actual wording on the new Section 5, and I say 6 is missing, has spoken about where you have been successful, you cannot reapply until after 20 years. So I don't know. I know one is explanatory and one is the actual wording. So if some clarity can be given here, because as I said, the explanatory note says that you can only do that if it was refused due to a procedural irregularity. But the actual section itself speaks about where you have been successful. My words, it's yes, where you have been, if I can go directly to it.
Thank you, Senator. Can you remind me of which particular?
Yeah, so, okay. So under the explanatory notes, clause 3 gives a particular explanation for the amendment itself. So if you go to the amendment itself, so clause 3 in terms of the explanation says that the two sections, at least one of them, and my assumption probably 6 is missing because I'm not seeing 6. At least one of the two sections, or at least both of them, is designed to provide a bar against making of multiple applications under the Possessory Titles Act 2016 unless the original application was refused due to a procedural irregularity. So if one go on this basis only, it speaks about you can only, the bar is influenced or is allowed or the gate is open if there is a procedural error, so you can reapply. So let us see you do not read the amendment itself, because let's see we have speed reading. So we're going now to the actual and this is now under the subheading, Possessory Title Amendment Act 2026. And we go now to yes, we go now to amendment of Section 3 of the Principal Act. Section 3 of the Principal Act is amended as follows. A, I'm not going to pay attention to A. I'm not going to pay attention to, I'm going to pay attention to B. B now says, by inserting after subsection 4, the following new subsection. So if we were to bring our mind back now to the explanatory notes, it speaks about two subsections that one should find in the body. Yes? But when one look at the body of the document, one is only seen 5. 6 is not there. But that's not the only issue. So 6 is not there, but let us now look to see what 5 is actually saying. 5 is saying, where a person has obtained a declaration of possessory title in accordance with this act. So it means that you have obtained title. You have obtained title. The person shall not make a subsequent application under this section for any other piece or parcel of land unless A, a period of 20 years, or B, upon an application or the leave of the court, etc. So that does not mesh in with the explanatory notes that were given above. So there are two things, the explanation not matching up with, and a subsection 6 not been present. I am sure if my observation is correct, then some explanation will be given. So I'm just positing, I'm positing that there. I had, although the Attorney General have answered some of the questions I had to pursue, I may still ask them, just in case that any of my colleagues may see something that they wish to pick up on. The question of surveying of land, my understanding, and certainly the Attorney General have answered that for me, is that you can get a piece of land survey apparently, even if you do not have title or paper to the land. That's, I hope I have it. I hope I have it. I hope I have it right. I was always under the impression that because when you make an application for someone to survey a piece of land for you, I know there is the aspect of notices to the people that are joining you. In Bong, as we say locally, in bond with you, but I would have expected if Mary Jane or Tom Jones contact Senator Thomas as a surveyor to survey a piece of land for him, the surveyor should be asking on what authority, and that was my understanding. But there seem to be no cases or possibilities, unless I'm missing a step, where this can happen. As I said, I understand the objective of the amendments. I understand why the bill, the act were brought in the first instance in 2016. Because Grenada has, as most other islands in the Eastern Caribbean, some of the most disputed land or property ownership. As a matter of fact, during the General Council in which I spoke about, we had a presentation on land ownership, etc. And it was advised, strongly advised, that even if your parent or someone tells you by word of mouth or give you a piece of paper saying that this is yours, it is better to have a will or to do whatever it is the necessary documentation to prevent some of the challenges that may arise. Because as we look around, we see a number of abandoned properties. Yes, we see a number of abandoned properties, we see land not being in use, etc. So there may be a need for further amendments to help reduce the land dispute issues that we have. I know this is an attempt, because certainly in reaching out to the last known owner of the land, that can allow them to be aware of what is happening. So that is in relation to Clause 9. I say this is a good move to minimize potential disputes. And when the Attorney General was also speaking, and even before her presentation, I pondered for a moment. I guess time addresses those issues that many years ago, and you know, growing up in the country, you hear of large swathes of land that ended up in the possession of certain professionals, and families have been left stranded. I see my friend, sort of, Senator Andrew, because I guess we'll have an appreciation of those things, where we are from. Where we are from, shouldn't say most, a number of family members, a number of family who were at the lower end of the ladder, both economically and even in, especially economically, have been, and the family history will tell you that. Because, you know, you sit with grandparents, you sit with aunts, you sit with elder, well, Senator Gloria Thomas also almost said elderly again, but you sit with the older folks. Yes, I have to keep remembering that as part of my consciousness. And they will point out to you the family history, where you know, certain professions, especially the legal profession, and other wealth owners have been able to acquire poor people's and ordinary people's property, land. And sometimes we wonder why is it that some parts of some family members have to be struggling because of the abuse and the exploitation of the system, and the fact that I do something for you and I hold your paper. Yes, I hold your paper, and even when I pay off, or when that person pays off, you're not given a receipt, because we are by and large a trusting people, and we take people at their word. and the accumulation of wealth, a certain section of the society can be traced back to those processes. And that is why I welcome some of these attempts here to try to put systems in place. But as I've indicated and confirmed by the Attorney General, some of the thought processes had to do with what you call a plot of land, probably mostly for building and just a little piece of background gardening. Whereas in rural Grenada, Carriacou-Petit-Martinique, as highlighted by Senator Cox, a number of the issues can find itself into larger plot, because whereas in certain areas people may put down a house, in rural Grenada it is about working land. Right? It is working land and working extensive land, and which we know can lead to problems, right? So, Madam President, I hope to get some answers on this issue, 5 and 6. And to see that one understand, just by ending, that the intention of this is basically to protect the original owner, which can lead to disputes, which is one of the major concerns that a number of us had in 2015, leading up to 2016, thereabouts, before it became an act. And today, we are pleasantly pleased that we are not aware of matters being taken in the hands of family members who may have been dispossessed by other people with knowledge. So for instance, when the property to be shared, because there isn't an administrator, there was not a will, and you have a property that is just there, and one person that is more in tune with the laws, wake up one day and you have been told, well, the 5 or 6 or 7 children who knew that they had part ownership, it was undivided property, all of a sudden, one of the siblings or a family member now has legal possession of the land. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, adding interesting dimensions to the debate. Any other contributor? Senator Roderick St. Clair.
Yeah, I'll go, no problem. Thank you.
I saw your light.
No, Senator Andrew wanted me to go, so it's just okay. I guess he liked to listen to us. Yes, so anyways, thank you so much, Madam President.
So Senator Andrews saw a pile of index cards in your hand, I think, and you wanted to dispense of them before lunch. Right, Senator Andrews? Put words in his mouth. Proceed.
Yeah. So, yes, on the matter of the Possessory Titles Bill 2026, and of course I want to join with Senator Lewis in terms of our Attorney General presentation, which provides a lot of clarity and real-time explanations. Of course, we still have some queries and some comments to make on this matter. Understanding the history and where this comes from, and of course where it all started, and the solution, or the problem he tried to solve, the solution he tried to provide. Of course, recognizing that there are some opportunities that still needed to be addressed. I call it opportunities,
because the court at the same time has a lot of jurisdictions, and our legal fraternity also at the same time has moral obligations for which they can work with. So when I heard our Attorney General say, well, you can keep paying the taxes, and that is going on still, and even if you don't have the paper title, and so we put that into the law, then it sort of make me question whether or not paying those taxes, paying the taxes, so I could just know this piece of land that I want to acquire, and keep paying the taxes quietly because I know maybe nobody's around and I have this, so I don't have to physically. So the question really is, for this possessory title engagement, does it need any physical involvement with that piece of land also? That is the question, because there may not be any physical presence. You may not see anybody coming around, but they paying the taxes quietly in the background, and his nosy neighbor doesn't even know that this tax is paying. That is, if there must be a combination of both, or the court will decide at the time. I think that is the question that went through my mind when that was said. Of course, Madam President, the issue on the notifications and publication, I think that understanding the context of what this bill is trying to achieve, we should also involve the churches, the church notices. The churches where a lot of our people go every weekend, Saturday, Sunday evening, church notices. So I think that this should almost be listed as an option, because the community sits there. Persons may go to the church and hear what is going on there before they even read a newspaper, especially these days where everything is online. And I think that the church and other community bulletins could be other potential listening that we can do. When we have the voters registration, we know where to put them. They are in certain special places. Or maybe we need to have a schedule of other buildings in a community that we can use. So for example, using our same parliamentary offices in the constituencies as a place where the notice can also be placed. So there must, the police station, which are normally would put notices of things. So in addition to what was listed. So there is some place where you can go. So I can go if it's every month or every 2 months, I can see somebody, go and take a look and see if there is any notice in the police station or in the constituency offices pertaining to these things, rather than arbitrarily waiting on a newspaper. In fact, it would also be free. I would take it to post in the police station and, of course, in the constituency office. So these are 2 recommendations I want to add in the list of PR in this matter. Of course, Madam President, the issue of the notification of the owners, or who you think the owners would be, is very important. So that this doesn't happen, because I know this happened to people also, that they discover accidentally that this notice was out to move on its possessory title. But with this amendment, whether you are locally, in the local jurisdiction, or whether you're in UK, US, wherever it is, there is a methodology through which this effort must be made. And this, again, I think the idea of communicating to the Attorney General is a very important point. I understand Senator Cox's concern. But what it also does in this case, I trust that the Attorney General office understands that by just being in sight of this information makes the office also responsible and has some level of ownership in showing that this matter is properly handled. Because if it was brought, because it might be easier to get into the Attorney General's office
than get it to someone living in Sussex in the UK. And so the Attorney General office should be checking up every month, so what is the status of that? So it's a new administrative issue, because once you have possession, you now have an obligation and a responsibility, unless you decide to put another clause saying it's just for information purposes. But I think it's a good oversight, and it should not just be about whether it's for Krogman or not Krogman. In fact, if we want to go there, whereas the Attorney General might be the highest office in terms of the law structure within the government, where's the Ministry of Agriculture and the Department of Lands and the Ministry of Agriculture? Don't they have to have sight of this too, which may have the information more readily available based on the information? So I'm just saying that to add, to help that database communication. Of course, the issue that was raised by Senator Lewis and the matter of the surveyor and so on, that crossed my mind several times, because to survey, there's a protocol, and I haven't read the licensing act and so on for the surveyors and the protocol that they should follow. But I would think that they would not necessarily, notwithstanding there might be some clause saying that they can have access to lands for the purpose of conducting the duties under the law, but at the same time, persons have rights. And the question is whether or not this surveyor would be able to perform this task in the way. And so this, to me, I think, can be a loophole and a frustration more than ever for the persons doing the application. And as such, they might have to find some way of having maybe a general declaration after which this specific would have to be conducted in the final stage of the process. Because the court, at some point, may have to intervene with some injunction or something like that, or some, not injunction, but a court order to cause that marking out to take place. And I think this is something that needs to be looked at, because it's like a cat before the horse sort of thing. So that should be looked at in the process. The other issue that I also want to raise, which is connected to a very important point that the leader of government business mentioned when he stated in the beginning of his presentation that the most valuable asset any citizen can possess is the land. And I take it there that any citizen means a Grenadian. That's what I interpret it to be. Well, he's still a Grenadian. And so I believe, Madam President, like how we're defining what a plan is and what land is and what a surveyor is, I believe that this person that we're speaking about, that applicant that we're speaking about, we should specify that they must be a Grenadian citizen. And of course, we know there are different methodologies of becoming a citizen. I have no problem with that. But I think that it should be there. Because otherwise, we know, and many know, even better than me, that we don't want to disenfranchise our citizen from that very right which the leader of government business so speak of in the first place, first priority. So if you want to become a citizen by whatever means, but you should be a citizen. Because this is what would lead to, as Senator Lewis mentioned, the hunters, and so, and let me just say to us, and as Senator Cox also mentioned, and when I speak about rural Grenada, I speak about rural Grenada as in Shantimel and in Brudge Grove. I'm speaking about way up, what we call up into the woods. And all that tuna and them sort of places like that, Andre. We are real lands up there. And I've been work since maybe Hurricane Ivan. You have routes to go there. What speculation is happening on those? And we know that because there are farmers who speak about when they turn around and they see who came there in the neighborhood of Bongri. I wouldn't call the names of the countries, but far up north, right and left in the north. And they say, how did they get there? How? Are they citizens? Maybe they are, maybe we don't know. But if the process was done, as was mentioned in terms of giving notice and all of those things, we should be able to determine that. So the issue of citizen, I think, is very important. The issue of I will deal with the size in a while. And on that same breath, Madam President, the issue of purpose is also important. Purpose of the land. I heard the spirit of the law was about, you could build a little house, a little gardening, something for the family, some enterprise for the family. But I bet, if you look at the history and the projection of some of these possessory titles that would have passed in recent times, they have some of the biggest, most expensive commercial buildings and activities going on it right now. Right now. And so, whilst we may make all this modification and protect our own and our little man, as we would say, is still open to all of these possibilities. And as such, whilst we don't want to be restrictive, we should be careful or find some way how we can deal with the issue of purpose. So, for example, as my good friend Senator Lucius, I heard you speaking about down in the south. I don't know if I heard that properly, but something in the south. Okay, in the south, yeah? Could I get this possessory title in the real deep south? And we know there's history on a lot of these lands. And you see, we're not saying you have to restrict somebody from developing and moving forward. But the question is, what really is the purpose itself? This is for people to hunt and grab lands so they can make millions and billions at the expense of our citizens, quote unquote, who are really trying to function. Because I heard a lot about fairness. And that is what I'm guided, out of justice. And so, who should really, how should that be facilitated? I think is the question. At the same time, when we go to the persons with their 10 acres, family, father passed away, they have children, they will take 2 acres, take 3 acres, occupy the land, and then they catch in among themselves just to have some acres to produce some food to feed the nation. And we see, it's 1/4 of an acre. But we know 1/4 of an acre of cocoa or nutmeg or grapefruit or tomatoes, or cabbage, where we don't reach the marijuana yet, and just we have to hold up on that part. How much money are you really making out of this quarter of an acre? Versus maybe the same quarter of an acre, which is about 10, 12,000 square feet. We know that could put up a big 4, 5, 6-story building down in the deep south, worth millions, and return into perpetuity. So the question of fairness and parity, as Senator Cox raised, is a very important point. And the question is, why they may say, well, we don't want to specify at this stage because the court should have certain freedom of discretion. The issue of purpose comes into question. Is quarter an acre just for the 4, 5, 6, 7,000 farmers who have lands that they could even access right now that maybe they have difficulty in accessing to boost the agriculture and feed the nation? And I think that we may want to say up to 5 acres with justification rather than saying quarter acre with the court discretion. So it could be still the court discretion, but the 5 acres is still within the scope of saying, okay. And I think that the spirit is now reflected in the wording. The spirit. Because then, it's the same reason why, Madam President, we see, as we said, why is it the court, for some reason with sexual harassment and all these different things, a guy get 2 years, so what the hell happened? Oh, is a law, Well, I don't know. Is what they're doing up on the hill in the parliament. They didn't know to do this thing better. This is not maybe at that level of a problem. But I think it's the same spirit we should look at in that regard. The issue we know on the fee. Up to, you see? The fee moved from the lower fee from 1,000 to up to 7,005. He didn't say 7,005. He didn't say 3,000. Say up to, meaning that there's room for negotiation, room for adjustment in the way the lawyer decide to charge based on the amount of work that is covered. Similarly, up to 5 acres, what is so difficult? It's not our lands. Up to 5 acres. Or you could say up to 50%. So I think that this is something that we need to look at. Because these are those things that could create the issue of multiple requests. It could cause multiple requests. Because we know sometimes a person have 3 different, some family have like maybe 4 different lots of land in different locations. And it will take 20 years for them to apply to able to have access to another plot of land that they want to farm in another location. No, it's inheritance. If we family have land, why should buy land? It's part of our inheritance. It's part of our inheritance. So I don't think I should be restricted for literally quarter or 30% of my lifetime before I could access more lands. And then leave what maybe other generation, your children, your grandchildren, occasion and then to go through that same process. When you don't even have that, so you reduce, you water down that whole route you're speaking about in terms of the ownership and heritage. I think this again needs to be looked at. Because sometimes, Madam President, we can solve problems based on what we can see. But if we can have other eyes to help see more, then we could be able to solve more problems and come up with more solutions. And that is why the issue of consultation, why is there some people may call Shaggy and call the radio station and say, look, they have this problem, and the judge may give their views on certain cases, and the lawyers may have a concern. The mass variety of people have different issues. So the question is, what level of consultation? Out in 2020, there was some, but to what extent this bill for us, Madam President, has more impact than what the marijuana bill or the drug avoidance bill, to use the correct word. We debated, and that had, in fact, there's a whole secretariat set up for that now, with several consultations and even travels overseas to our Bishop St. Vincent, which apparently has been a leader in this thing also in setting the standards since in 2008. So this, we believe, and if not, well, it wasn't done, it's very clear. There is no history of consultation. There is no history. To say on the 15th we went there, on the 20th of that, of this month we went, and we consulted over 2,000 people. And we know that this is a process, if you want to speak of governance. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done post here to educate the people, those who have potential and those who don't. Because Senator Lewis raised it. He's concerned that a lot of persons, his working class people, my people, the farmers, the fishers, how do they go about employing themselves to be able to regularize the situation? So they could go in the bank, so they could build a house, they could go and get a loan and improve their housing situation. This is the dream. And of course, Madam President, Senator Lewis' point regarding the explanatory notes, to swing here a little bit, clause 3 on the explanatory note, section 5 and 6, I also flagged that in my reading, and I note, in fact, I was going to have a discussion with the Crown Counsel assistant here before the meeting, but we didn't get to do that. I have a question on order of this. Something seems to be missing. Maybe there is no 6, and it's supposed to only be 5. That is also at flag, and there's another one I have, but I think when reaching committee, I think it's more kind of numbering issue. I raise, but overall, the intent is good, but we have some opportunities, I think, that need to be resolved. We may say, well, let's use it now and go ahead, because you need to move on. Maybe it's urgent, I don't know. But there's room to fix a few things, because sooner or later, we'll realize the same issues start coming. And of course, you are no comment having the AG here to give us some real life examples of what has happened. And so even for the listening public and ourselves to get more clarity of the real things, you know. And it also is a warning, Madam President. It is a warning for our people, and as our dear Sister Gloria said earlier, our older department people who sometimes don't have it all, but they don't mind collecting half of the money now because they have a little situation. And people prey on these folks. How are we solving that? So there is need in these meetings with the elderly, all in the homes, to educate on these things. It's part of the education, not just about the skills, so they understand, because who own the lands in Grenada? We know. It's our parents, grandparents, grandparents who own it 100 years, 150 years ago. Papers have never maybe transferred. And so we need to educate them, because they can sign things, because all the children are away and the caretaker here with them, heaven knows what's signing. This is a lesson for all of us. And it's something that I think that the elderly department, and I think it's something that we need to be cautious about. And just so we want to deal with the child abuse and the women abuse, this is also an abuse. It's a willful act by persons using that methodology for which the AG mentioned, to fleece and set up situations. And our lawyers at the same time should have a moral obligation to understand the context and what is happening, the people involved, and to guard against that. Of course, you could say, well, they're doing their work. But where is that moral conscience? And I think the judges themselves need to also understand those things when those matters come before them. I thank you.
I thank Senator Sinclair for his contribution, and I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support the bill as presented by the Leader of Government Business. The Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026 seeks to amend the Possessory Titles Act 2016, which provides a statutory mechanism for individuals to acquire legal title to land after at least living there for 12 years of adverse possession. I want to be clear now, adverse possession is ownership acquired by long, continuous, unauthorized possession of land, of property, rather than by deed or inheritance. So it's long, up to 12 years, but it's unauthorized. And that's key here. It's one of the key things. If Senator Sylvia Francis might say context is key. And so that's important to note. And this bill, while the spirit of the 2016 Possessory Titles Act was quite well-intentioned and was heading in the correct direction, there were some obvious loopholes, several of which were articulated from both sides in this debate that had to be addressed. And so this bill seeks to address several of them, as was very elucidly articulated by the AG. I felt there was room to say very little more after the AG was finished, but I must add my support to this important piece of legislation. So this bill balances, Madam President, accessibility on the part of persons who, for whatever reason, vulnerable individuals find themselves in those situations that need title and to benefit from that. But it balances that with abuse prevention, because, as we would well recognize, as alluded to clearly by Senator Lewis on the other side, and others too, there have been significant cases of abuse of land acquisition and possession by persons who probably ought to know better, by persons who probably are more knowledgeable, but probably devoid of ethics and values, maybe. And so this seeks to balance this. And it does so while addressing, and what I will say, it would prevent what I would call land profiteering. When people begin to own lots of parcels because persons don't know better, they acquire, and before you turn to us, the net worth has increased tremendously. They profiteer on land. So this seeks to regulate that, balance that, and minimize the occurrences of those things. And it does so through a number of things that were well talked about, disclosures to the previous owner and to the Office of the Attorney General. That's important. So you make sure things are not pulled from under people's feet without even awareness and without the opportunity to challenge. Limited applications within a 20-year period, so you can't go doing it every other week. And in 5 years, you become the latest millionaire on the place. Then more rigorous supply of information from the surveyors and professional surveyors too. So it's not just going and say, well, that lot of land, that parcel of land, but you're going to make sure you get professional information from the profession, from the professionals in that category. And the limitation on the cost, or putting the cost between a band, that serves to significantly protect consumers and potential landowners and applicants who are going to apply for possessory title. Because we well understand that some fees, as was alluded to by our AG, some fees can be prohibitive. In fact, I have had persons who have come to me about cases where they have been charged exorbitantly, almost prohibitively, for some legal services in relation to these matters, that they could get for probably 10 times cheaper if they knew a lawyer or if they had a good legal associate. And so this bar, this framing between up to, as was talked about, actually seeks to protect the interest of applicants, and we are very happy to do this. And I think the mention was made about the half an acre or the quarter acre. And truth is, the bill does allow for more to be claimed or to be applied for with the appropriate, I think in section 12, that's on page 13, it says a declaration of possessory title shall not be granted respecting more than 1/4 of an acre English statute measure of piece of parcel or parcel of land unless the court is satisfied that there was adverse possession of the acreage that is greater than 1/4. So in other words, if the court feels satisfied that you meet the conditions to apply for a portion greater, there is that opportunity as well. So all is not lost, but I think the stringency must be maintained to make sure that all doesn't just run amok. And so I'm happy, Madam President, to give my support fully, unequivocally, to this amendment bill, the Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. I offer the floor to Senator Gloria Thomas. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to lend my full support to the Possessory Title Amendment Bill 2026, a timely and necessary intervention aimed at strengthening our land governance framework and protecting the property rights of our citizens. This amendment, which outlines 13 key recommendations to improve the Principal Act, directly addresses a growing and troubling pattern: the increasing incidence of weak, disputed, and in some cases, fraudulent claim to land. Original context. Madam President, this is not unique to Grenadian issue. It is not a unique Grenadian issue. Across the Caribbean, land tenure insecurity continues to possess serious challenges. Studies by the Caribbean Development Bank estimate that between 30 to 50% of land holdings in some Caribbean states lack clear or formal registered title, making them vulnerable to dispute and competing claims. In countries such as Jamaica and Guyana, land-related disputes account for a significant portion of court matters, civil court matters, with some estimates placing this at over 20% of cases in certain jurisdictions. These statistics tell us something important. Weak land administration systems do not just create legal confusion. They undermine economic growth, social cohesion, and national development. Grenada's reality. Here in Grenada, we are not immune. We have seen increasing reports of family land disputes, particularly where ownership is informal or undocumented. Cases involving caretakers or relatives attempting to assert ownership. Growing concern among our diaspora, who contribute significantly to the economy, yet remain vulnerable to losing property due to legal gaps. Madam President, Remittances to the Caribbean account for over 10% of GDP in several small island states. And in Grenada, diaspora investment plays a critical role in housing, land development, and community stability. If confidence in property rights is weakened, we risk undermining this vital economic lifeline. As I previously highlighted, we have real cases where trusts have been exploited. And I want to share one of the cases that I know about. A gentleman living abroad, Canada to be exact, entrusted his son with care of his land. He remained engaged, he visited periodically, he paid the taxes, he maintained communication. Yet, following a breakdown in their relationship, that son sought to claim possessory title. He was the one on the land. Madam President, this is not merely a family dispute. It is a symptom of legislative gaps that allow such claim to even be attempted. The economic cost of weak land system. Madam President, insecure land tenure has measurable economic consequences. The Food and Agricultural Organization has found that secure land tenure increases land productivity up to 60% as owners are more willing to invest in improvements. Conversely, weak systems lead to underutilized land, reduced agricultural output, lower property value, and increased litigation costs. For a small island developing state like Grenada, where land is finite and precious, we simply cannot afford inefficiency or abuse. Madam President, this bill is a direct and strategic response to these challenges. The 13 recommendations contained within the amendment will strengthen requirements, improve verification process, reduce opportunity for fraudulent or speculative claims, and protect legitimate ownership, including those in the diaspora. Importantly, the bill aligns Grenada with best practices emerging across the Caribbean, where governments are moving towards digitized land registries, stronger documentation standards, more transparent adjudication process. Madam President, legislation must not only correct, it must deter. Evidence from jurisdictions that have tightened possessory title requirements shows a decline in speculative claims, faster resolution of dispute, increased public confidence in land system. By raising the bar for claims, this amendment ensures that only genuine, well-substantiated cases succeed. At the heart, the bill is about protecting families from internal and external exploitation, safeguarding generational wealth, encouraging investment both local and from our diaspora, strengthening national development, and strengthening national development. This amendment is not just a legal reform. It is a statement of principle. It affirms that property rights matter, justice matters, fairness matters. By closing loopholes and strengthening protections, we are ensuring that Grenada land system work for its people, not against them. I therefore give my support fully to this bill and urge the honorable senators here to support its passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. And to the other Senator Thomas, Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, As I bring this debate to a close, I want to sincerely express my appreciation to all the senators for their valuable contribution. I think I think we are on the same page in seeing the need to improve our land administration in Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. And I must say that we also appreciate the concerns that was raised on the other side. We definitely took note of it. Madam President, the quality of the interventions, I think, make me feel a very proud senator in the House. I think the public listening to us will quite appreciate that the legislations and the presentations that we make here is also very good for the human consumption. Madam President, we have heard from the Attorney General. She has explained quite a large portion of the bill for the ordinary man and woman, boy and girl, to really understand what it's all about. And I think it was a very fruitful debate at this point in time. With those few words, Madam President, I now commend this bill to this Honorable Senate and respectfully move that it be passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Pardon? Yes. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed?
A bill for an act shortly entitled Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026.
Government business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resolves into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those in favor, say aye. And those opposed, say nay. The Senate is now in full committee. Thank you.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 3 of Principal Act.
Madam President.
Senator Andrew Lewis.
Yes, any response to Clause 3 where there appears to be a section missing where, yes, and how it applies to the explanatory notes?
Yeah, Madam President.
Please continue.
Madam Chair, yes.
Chair.
Yes, it is accepted that there appears to be an omission there in that the explanatory notes speaks to the insertion of new subsection 5 and 6, but we only have the insertion of a section 5. The error there is actually in the explanatory note, not the bill itself. There should not have been a reference to a new section 6 there. In an earlier draft of the bill, there was a proposed section 6, which was removed because it, in essence, duplicated the existing section 20 of the Principal Act. So, in as much as the explanatory notes will not form part of the Act once passed, we don't need to make any further amendment there because only the new section 5 was intended to be inserted. I hope that clarifies the matter. So what we need really is just explanation or clarification, which I have given. We don't need to make an amendment per se.
That's fine with me because as the drafters and movers of the bill, I have accepted that it was not an intention to have a 6, it is an error. So I have no other alternative but certainly one of our requirements here, and even if that requirement was not there, I don't want to start, and I will not start imputing different motives. So I've accepted. Yes.
With that resolution, we can proceed. Clerk?
Clause 4, amendment of Section 4 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Section 4, Clause 4 be accepted. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Clause 4 passes.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 5 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 5 be included as part of the amendment to the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Just one.
Senator Andrew Lewis.
Just one question. I know the Attorney General had addressed it in passing, but to get a specific answer, surveying of a land, I can request a piece of land be surveyed without having any title to the land. Is that, yes?
Yeah?
Okay.
Well, yeah, you can commission a survey, not being the owner, especially with the intention of making an application under the Act.
Senator Joseph, was this always so? Was this always the case?
I would say yes, because before the Act in 2016, what we had happening was statutory declarations being done, because for a long time, attempts were made by people to regularize their possession of property, given the historical context. So what was done before? It was a statutory declaration, which really was a joint affidavit by usually about two persons, speaking to evidence of possession by a third person. So you would have two persons swearing an affidavit for the benefit of a third person, speaking to the undisturbed occupation of the land by that third person. And those statutory declarations were accompanied by survey plans commissioned by the person asserting possession and ownership, and they were recorded at the Deeds and Land Registry and accepted even in the financial space by some financial institutions as not aliens of ownership or title, but of long user and possession. But the Act, once it was passed in 2016, it provided that these statutory declarations would no longer be accepted as proof of possession. Only thing accepted as proof of possession now would be an order under the Act. So yes, so even before, it was the case that a person who did not have paper title but was in possession of land could commission a survey plan for that land.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And as the Attorney General explains further, what has come to mind is the aspect of some practical experiences where I can't speak for now if we are saying that this has been rectified. But I'm aware that there are cases where people have made attempts to get a piece of land survey, and there have been interventions from other persons. So I've said, look, under whose authority, who give Senator Andrew permission to survey this land? And the surveyor has had to back off, and that is why I've raised this. I mean, I'm not in the field, but certainly in terms of practical experiences. But this here now is seem to be saying that you can get it done.
Well, practically most surveyors will back off if they sense any contention. In cases where you have successful applications for possessory title, there is no contention, especially up to the point where the survey is done. Because you have somebody saying, I have been in undisturbed, actual, factual possession, and to use Minister Andrews' words, without permission from anyone. And so that is the assertion. That is what makes title adverse. That's how you acquire adverse title by adverse possession, because you have to be factually in possession for the relevant period, undisturbed, and having gone on the property without permission of anyone. Those are the qualifying features. So a surveyor who encounters objection or opposition when he goes to survey on the ground, he would naturally back off because he would realize that the property is actually in contention.
Senator Lewis, can we proceed now?
Yes, sure. I mean, I still have my concerns, but I've taken what has been said, certainly as out in the field. I recognize that my colleague has skillfully used not certain definitive words, but have left not just part of a door open, but doors open, right? On the matter, so I'll just...
And you are leaving history to close those doors.
Well, yeah, I'm recognizing that the history of not just this, my colleague on the other side, is that unless it is glaringly evident, you hardly get amendments. I'll say I take it on the advisement. I normally say, Senator, on the advisement? Yeah, okay, yeah. Not pleased, but...
You are advised, Senator. Thank you. We proceed, Clerk. Repeat 6.
Clause 6, amendment of Section 6 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 6 forms part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 7, insertion of section 6A to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is the insertion of clause 6A should form part of the Principal Act. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Passed.
Clause 9, insertion of new section 7A to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that the insertion of new section 7A, which is clause 9, should form part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Clause 10, amendment of section 8 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 10 forms part of the Principal Act. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Senator St. Clair, and I
Yes,
hold
thank
the
you. I
vote.
could ask it later, but I could ask it now too. I have a question, and I checked my notes, and the AG was able to help us. The question is, for persons who may have applications in now under the current, whatever exists now, as of when this would be extended by the Governor General, what happens to those applications that are in right now? Do they have to rejig, if we want to say locally, and readapt to the new procedures, or does it continue under what premise would be the question?
Madam President, may I? Madam Chair. That's a good question. The Act will only apply to application filed after its commencement. So the applications that are already filed, the Principal Act minus the amendments is what will apply.
Thank you.
Thank you, questioner and respondent. So, should we proceed with clause number 11 again, or it's
Clause 11, insertion of new section 8A to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 11 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed? Ayes have it.
Clause 12, insertion of new section 11A to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 12 forms part of the bill.
Madam President, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
Senator.
I need some help from the Attorney General. In relation to only if I didn't get left. I'm looking at there is 11A and 11.2. That's what we're looking. I think I got left. Yeah. Not okay. Yes. That's where 2 says the declaration of possessor title. Okay, good, right. Okay, so I am in time. Now, I know that we spoke about that you cannot, once you have been successful, you cannot apply unless 20 years have passed. So probably the answer may lie, but I'll ask it anyhow, because 2 speaks about one piece of land, right? So that's 3/4 of an acre for one piece of land. So that will, the cover of the 20-year will prevent you from making an application for, let's say, in 6 months' time for another 1/4 of an acre. Okay. So all it is not stated here, but it will be covered by the previous. Okay. That's good.
Thank you, Senator Lewis.
Clause Clause 13, amendment of Section 12 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 13 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 14, amendment of Section 19 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 14 forms part of the bill. All those in agreement say aye. Those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 15, amendment of Section 21 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 14 forms part of the bill. 15 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 16, amendment of Section 29 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 16 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 17, amendment of Section 32 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 17 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 18, amendment of Section 33 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 18 forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 19, amendment of Section 34 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 19, sorry, Andre Lewis, Senator.
No, sure. No, but,
You go.
just a further explanation for, and in terms of reassuring myself, that because the fixed fees, my understanding of the application of fixed fees was to sort of ensure that people are not charged beyond that which is stipulated. That's my understanding of, for instance, the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, where it have a schedule of fees. So where if you were to have an interaction with a law firm or so, and you have been charged X plus Y, you can bring it to the attention of the relevant committee or so. That was my understanding. We are now saying that we are removing this because you have had cases where, so I've heard two explanations. The Attorney General, who was then a practicing lawyer, have indicated that the work involved is worth much more than $1,000. Yes, but I've also heard an explanation which says that removing these fees is in the interest of the applicant or potential applicant, yes? If there was a fee structure through which you ought not to pay more or charge more, how I can see the lawyers advocating for this change on the basis that, look, the work involved is worth much more than $1,000. So I could see this. And this may where has been done, that's why the changes may have been made. But to advance, if this is the case, to advance that a removal of those restrictions is in the interest of the paying public sort of eludes me. Yes, I could understand the reasoning which says that, okay, the work of the lawyer or the provider of the service is worth much more than $1,000. So I could understand a case for an increase, but I don't understand a case where that will now be beneficial to the paying public, under which legally what ought to have been charged ought not to have been more than $1,000. And if that was done, are we saying that those who ought to know better were violating the law? Yes, because here we'll have what you call a price control mechanism. Whereas if an item is under the price control mechanism and I walk into supermarket A or B, and that person or that entity charges more than what is allowable under the mechanism, they can be reported. So I need some clarity here and some help here.
Okay, so what I would want to say, I mean, the latter part of your question is that the legislation prescribed what should have been charged, or what should be charged, even now, because the Principal Act is still in force. And I know lawyers who charge what the law required, but I also know there are some who did not. What I want to say in relation to this section here is that Section 34 should not, 1 and 2 should not be repealed. So I want to propose an amendment to the clause 19 here to actually remove clause 19 of the bill. Because if you look at what Section 34 says, it says for the purposes of this act, and that's the Principal Act, Sections 1 and 2 that we are proposing in this bill to delete. It says for the purposes of this act, fees shall be charged and collected in relation to the exercise of the functions under this act, as set out in Schedule 2. And 2, the minister may by order amend the fees prescribed in subsection 1. And then subsection 3, which we propose to keep, goes on to say, without prejudice to subsection 1, subsections 1 and 2, the fees charged and collected pursuant to section 7 of the Deeds and Land Registry Act shall apply for the purposes of this act. And so we are not proposing to, as the bill stands now, we are not proposing to amend subsection 3, but if we delete 1 and 2, it would make subsection 3 a bit nonsensical in that it refers to section 1 and 2. So we are proposing to delete clause 19 here so that the section will remain without amendment. Schedule 2, sorry? Schedule 2 is actually what is being amended, not the section itself, but just Schedule 2, right? To provide for fees for services by attorneys at law in uncontested applications not to exceed 7,000, so that's the maximum 7,500. So let me go back up to section 34. Yes, so section 34 will remain as is. And only the schedule itself that will be amended. I hope I'm clear.
I can answer the question on your side, so yes. Certainly for me here, you might be able to help, although I know that the explanatory notes will not form part of the bill when it becomes act. But the explanatory notes plays an extremely important function to us non-lawyers by saying what's the thought process behind whatever proposed amendments. So with that in mind, could we go to the explanatory notes and look at what it says about clause 19 and tell me how it, what do you read? Yeah, explanatory notes.
Right, so seeks to repeal subsections 1 and 2 of section 34 to remove the provisions relating to fixed fees for services by attorneys at law provided under the Possessory Titles Act. That's why we need to amend the bill now to remove clause 19, because in effect, we are not removing the provisions for fixed fees. We are amending what those fixed fees will be from 1,000 to a maximum of 7,500. I think what happened, again, this goes back to probably an earlier version, because initially the idea was to remove it altogether so as not to prescribe what the attorneys at law would charge. But it was later determined that the limit, a maximum, should be there, because if you remove it altogether, then it opens the door for people to charge anything. So I think that is why this clause 19 inadvertently remained as is. But once the fee was fixed at 7.5, or the maximum was fixed at 7.5, this clause should have been removed.
What is the urgency of this amendment, this bill that we have here?
This particular bill?
Well, I mean, the bill, could we put it on hold? I'm asking you, because when we go to clause 22, under the explanatory notes, right, so I'm jumping to 22 because it is linked. My notes here had from day one the secret explanation because they are both related. Yes? And I don't know if it's your choice of words, but I think I've been around you long enough. The Attorney General keeps mentioning that she thinks. I mean, to me, once we're inside here, we should know. I would like, on these matters, to be told by people with the information that this is what it was meant to be. I have recognized that. Huh?
Style of speaking.
Okay, yeah, but I need to be.
But what I'm telling you is as good as you'll get.
Okay. Well, I note that. Yes, I take that. But, yeah. But it's still, as an attendant discussion on this, could we expect the Office of the Attorney General, or whichever enforcement agency, for the lawyers that has violated the law, charging people, that the Attorney General office is aware of? The question is, what has been done? Is this a reward now? A reward to those, because according to the Attorney General, there are lawyers who have stayed within the fee structure. But there are those, I'm not yet finished, but there are those who it has been known in the correct quarters have charged people illegally. My understanding of once you do something that is outside the law is illegal, especially by those who ought to know better. But the explanation given is that one of the rationale for the amendment is that the service provided is worth more than $1,000. Although there are those whose service worth more than $1,000 was still within the limit, unless that there is a special group of people who all depends on the value of the transaction that they are doing. There's a group of lawyers who have been identified to only deal with these people, and therefore their value is more than $1,000. That's why they have been going above, because you have said that there are those who have stayed within the confines of the fee structure. You know, when ordinary folks breaks the law, especially even if it is shown on social media, the relevant authorities have a responsibility to follow up. We have been told in this hall, I know because it's lawyers. In other words, it's not workers are breaking the law. I mean, I look at the body language. All I'm saying, see, for me and for us, because we have a society to build. We have a society to build. And there's a feeling already that there's a group of people and their professions that can do what they want and get away with it. It has been said in this house, and therefore I'm making a request that the relevant action be taken for any case that the Attorney General office is aware of where structures have been violated, that the relevant action be taken. I don't know what it is because for the violation of certain provisions there will be consequences as laid out, and therefore mean that the people who have been charged $6,000 or $5,000 have paid more than the law allows, especially if they have to fight to find that money. Right? And that ought not to be an excuse. So certainly from where I sit now, I'm left to wonder if the provision for these amendments was driven by arguments not in protecting the people who require these services, but give legal coverage and cover. No, I had to speculate, you know. I had to wonder if it is accepted that it is known that there are lawyers and providers of these services who have been charging people more than they ought to charge.
Senator
Thanks.
Lewis, I think you're looking at two things. You're looking at what the bill provides for. Moving the ceiling from 1,000 to a maximum of 7,500. The other point you're raising, which is that those who are known to have violated this fee structure in the past should be looked at. That's a separate matter.
Sure, and thanks.
So,
if you permit me, it only came an issue because it has just been pronounced here, and because it is part of the discussion as a basis. So it is interrelated, so I am guided.
I hear you, and I would, having been given that information, and you can use it at a later section of the Senate. You cannot use it now as we are discussing the clauses.
No.
This would be my interpretation.
I accept.
I thank you.
I'm guided by.
I thank you. Any other requests for the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Senator well knows. He's probably more versed. He's the one in here most versed with the standing orders of the House. But, Madam President, in relation to Clause 22, which the Senator mentioned, there is no issue with Clause 22 because it speaks to the amendment to Schedule 2 of the legislation to remove the fixed fees and, of course, to make the adjustment that's there. So there's no issue with that. And in relation to anybody who's aggrieved by any action of any attorney at law, we do have a Legal Profession Act. And the general public is very well aware of the Legal Profession Act and the existence of the General Legal Counsel and the functions of that council. And that's the mechanism that Canadian law provides for persons who are aggrieved.
Doing the same thing. Thank you. This matter has to be discussed other than under the adoption of the clauses. It is a very important conversation, and I'd like us to proceed by getting a clarification on the proposal of the Attorney General that we remove clause 19, I think it is. And to ask whether or not, to understand your proposal, Madam, that clause 19, which speaks to subsections 1 and 2, their removal, that's not what is intended. What is intended is the adjustment of the fixed fees, which is captured in clause 22. And therefore, there is no need for clause 19, which does not address the fixed fees per se. Is that my understanding correct? All right. I think we would have to vote on the removal of clause 19. So I put that vote to the committee. And preface it by saying, whereas we were adopting clause 19, now the question is that clause 19 be stricken from the proposed bill. I'm not sure if I'm on good procedure here if I say that we have the explanation already, or do we need to have an explanation? Everyone understands why clause 19 is being stricken as a proposal? Great. So all those in favor of removing clause 19 say aye, and those opposed say nay. Removed. Clerk, we have new 19 then. Proceed.
Question.
Senator Sinclair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So I need some help on 34A, because there seems to have some connection between 19, which was referring to 34, 1 and 2, and then insert the 34A. Is it okay? Yes. Yeah, remember 19, if you look at page 14, 19 amendment to section 34 of the Principal Act. Right, but then 20 speaks about 34A. So I wanted to know if there is any relation, if any further adjustment that to be made. You okay? All right.
Your matter is addressed, Senator. It's resolved.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clause 19, insertion of new section 34A to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is at clause 19, which concerns the insertion of the new section 34 to the Principal Act, be included in the bill. 34A, I'm not sure what I said. 34A. is amended by clause 19. All those in agreement say aye. And those opposed say nay. Passed.
Clause 20, amendment of section 1 to Principal Act.
To
Amendment of Schedule 1 to Principal Act.
honorable members, the question is that clause 20, which concerns Schedule 1 to the Principal Act, be included in the bill. All those who are so persuaded, say aye. And those opposed, say nay. Clause 20 is passed.
Clause 21, amendment of Schedule 2 to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 21, an amendment to Schedule 2, the Principal Act, be included in the bill. All those who are so persuaded, say aye. And those opposed, say nay. Passes.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 1 of the bill, short title of the act, forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and those opposed say nay. Clause 1 passes. Leader of Government Business.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the House resolves itself away from committee and back, away from committee and back to the Senate. And that the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who are so persuaded say aye. Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate committee is closed. We are back in the Senate. Leader of Government Business. Sorry, what? The chair has the duty to report that the bill was considered in committee with discussion, one amendment, and was passed. The amendment was removal of clause 19. Leader of Government Business.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the chair report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report back to Senate be adopted. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Adopted. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And of the contrary, say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Possessory Titles Amendment Bill 2026.
Item 14,
Public business, and I pass the floor to Senator Nolan Cox.
Madam President, thank you for, I just wanted to raise just for clarification and maybe first just make sure in terms of procedure. If I could recall, based on amendments and substantive changes to the bill, I think there's a requirement for the bill to go back to the House. I was out, so I just wanted to just make sure so the procedure is clear. Yeah? Okay, thanks.
Thank you for bringing that to the attention of the House. I'm sure the Leader of Government Business has taken note.
item 14, public business. Item 15, adjournment.
It is then that Senator Cox's comments occurred under item 13 on the bills and not on the public business. Is that correct? That's correct. So we now on to public business. There is none. We finished that and we're on to adjournment. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that this sitting be adjourned, signed and aye.
Senator Andrew Lewis.
Thank you. You could do that. You carry anything. Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to once again, or this time more deliberately, express our deepest solidarity with the people and government of Cuba. Cuba is going through one of the worst experiences of inhumane activities that is designed to cripple and get rid of a people. As we speak, the blockade now further imposed by the United States that had its origin following the 1959 revolution of Cuba, that is more than 6 decades old. But what has now happened? This blockade has now extended to fuel all forms of contact with the people of Cuba. So no fuel, no medicine, no food, which has resulted, or most likely will result in young children, older folks, the sick, being exposed to a very slow and excruciating death. Students, our students, and Cuba, a country that has been blockaded by the most powerful nation on earth in our time. Well, the worst you can get is from a dying horse. So I think that has been said. Has helped us in Grenada. We owe a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. But we have to do everything possible to assist. Our medical services and that of the wider Caribbean has been held up, and foundation has been done by Cuban comrades who have given everything to humankind. Cuba don't send bombs. Cuba sent personnel to help. be it Ebola, be it COVID, whatever it is, you can find a Cuban internationalist system. And therefore, Madam President, I'm making this call to all of Grenada to do everything practically possible to give assistance to our Cuban brothers and sisters, both in way of speaking and in a way of demonstrating financially and through non-perishable items. A group of colleagues under the coordination of Comrades Ruggles Ferguson and Malachi Doughton will be spearheading these activities together with other NGOs and other civil societies. And therefore, we are calling on all organizations, whether you belong to an organization or not, the churches, the farmers' organization. And my colleague, Senator Sinclair, was informing me that he was part of a discussion yesterday together with these colleagues, reaching out to the wider community for assistance. The Grenada Trades Union Council has adopted that May 1st would be dedicated to the assistance and solidarity with the people and government of Cuba. Yes, and we are making that call to all of our members and non-members, all Grenadians, to please, we ask, give that assistance. So for instance, some of the ideas may be that in the schools, the students can contribute a minimum of $1. I mean, most information will come out, but I'm using this occasion to address it. Contribute a minimum of $1. Workers can contribute and must contribute and should contribute. The different organizations, so it does not have to be centralized. So the Lions, for instance, right? The farmers, the trade unions, the churches, the schools, the parliamentarians, the political parties, the constituency officers. Let us all, well, if more can be done, it will be accepted. Should all contribute. And I really wish to use this occasion, if the information that we have, that there was a country, any country, that send material assistance to Cuba, they must be saluted. So whether or not it is true that Russia have sent fuel to Cuba, they must be saluted for that. If Mexico sent assistance, they must be saluted for this. Grenada's contribution must be saluted. And CARICOM, we have to come together faster. Time has passed, but it is not too late. We needed to have responded faster, but it is never too late. Asking for us, let us demonstrate that Grenadian spirit. Let us demonstrate our understanding of what Cuba has done. We have practically experienced it. The gateway to our country, the international airport, stands as a beacon and a testament of real practical solidarity from Cuba. We owe it. We owe it to our Cuban colleagues. TUC will be provided, will be given a plaque as a commemoration, as a sign of our tribute and our recognition of the contribution to the Cuban contingent on May Day. That's one of the issues that we'll be doing. We owe it. This is about children being killed. This is about people who are not being able to help themselves. We are confident that the Cubans will survive, but this is about not having the resources. This is about not having the resources. And we need to lend our voices. We need to go beyond our voices and now demonstrate that in a practical way. So I'm asking once again, for all of us in Grenada and elsewhere, when the accounts have been set up to make your contribution, we can contribute non-perishable items, and we can contribute financially. But we can also demonstrate and must demonstrate that appreciation to our Cuban brothers and sisters, because we know what it is, that even when you do not get material support, but you can get solidarity and giving a commitment and appreciating what has been done, and in their time of need, what that will do to the moral of the Cuban people, what it will do to the government and people of Cuba, who have shown resilience over the years. But this is a crucial period. At the same time, we condemn the wanton killings that is taking place in Iran, the wanton killings that is taking place in Gaza, Haiti, in all parts of the globe, that we are witnessing that unprecedented wanton killing of people. You know, it is said that, you know, we are barbaric, we are uncivilized, or Africa. It is said, so let's address it. And so Africa. But thousands and hundreds of thousands of people have been killed, televised. What more higher level of barbarism there can be? And we must call it for what it is. And many times we are made to feel as a people as though we are backward. And we are S-hole countries. Yes? You know, we are banana republics. But we live together. We have our little quarrels. We don't send bombs and we don't send planes and kill. The first act committed by the United States in Iran was the killing of 170-something people, about 168 are children. And one of the explanations is that intelligence was outdated. I mean, intelligence is outdated and you can find the leaders and take them out as you want. Well, this must be a bad sign of your intelligence. Ordinary people, non-combatants. So we must condemn the atrocities that have been committed. And we must associate ourselves with the call for international peace and justice and the recognition that we must obey and honor international law and condemn the killing of our Caribbean brothers and sisters under the guise of narco-trafficking. And Venezuela president has been kidnapped together with his wife, and all of a sudden it appears as though the drug issue is solved. And the radar that they wanted to put in Grenada that was placed in Trinidad, that Trinidad still helped them find people with cocaine and other things, the radar is no longer there. Because we must understand our history. That is why we must not accept any third nation deportees under whatever guise. There comes a time in life when we have to stand up. And stand up means to speak out because we can't do anything else. You know, we don't have the means to do anything else, but we can stand up, we can give practical assistance. And I commend the government of Grenada for the $500,000 US, although I think it should be more, to be quite frank with you. I think it ought to be more, but understanding the context that there was a request for about $100,000 from each of the countries. Grenada have done that by 5 times, but for what we have received from Cuba as a people, and as we come state to state now, I think there ought to be more. But I recognize the effort, and we must be commended for that. And let us, colleagues, mobilize our constituents, and in the case of the political parties, our supporters. I wish to hear on the different political platforms, on social media, under the different political parties, symbols and banners, that public call for everyone to contribute in whatever way possible to assist Cuba. And if I were on a different platform, I can tell you what I would have said. I would have said, long live the people of Cuba, and thank you for your solidarity. But I'm in the Senate, so I have to be guided accordingly. Thank you very much, Madam President.
all very basic. Senator Sinclair, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise on another point of order, so don't watch me, Andrew. I rise on to support a few things that Senator Lewis said. It's very important that we may have it in our body, but we need to see it. And so the issue in Cuba is a serious issue. We have benefited in a lot of ways, humanitarian or professionals or own nationals, and we see the plight. And maybe we go about our lives every day here, we don't feel it until maybe it happens to us in some way. We have a hurricane or something and we say, but this is real. We have a lot of students who have to come back to Grenada because the condition is very difficult and tough for them. Only yesterday, I was part of a meeting of a grouping regarding the whole support for Cuba, 47th year of celebration of fraternal relationships, and to see in what way the different communities, whether the religious community was present, myself was there from the farming community, and of course, the trade union should also be in that meeting in a future dialogue, and in whatever way that can be done as a national effort for Cuba, because at the end of the day, we all face the same challenges. We all do. We all do. And it's not a matter of when your neighbor's house is on fire, take water and wet yours. It's a matter of this is the correct thing to do. We do this if someone's house burns. We do that if someone has a problem in the neighborhood. And so Cuba is in the neighborhood. The nationals are here. Our students are over there. We have professionals here who have contributed. In fact, one of the activity that would also be done within that month period, the 14th of April to I think the 14th of May, would also be some health fairs that the doctors and so on would have studied in Cuba would carry out in different parts of the country. So they would also be giving back in the different ways, and for persons to come and get a blood pressure, the sugar and other things, that would also be part of the contributory. So I joined the Senator Luis is very closely aligned, but I joined with him and the other comrades in this matter. It's a serious matter. And also the issue of we have lost, Grenada might not have been personally affected, but we have seen what happened to the folks in Trinidad, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, with the bombings by the U.S. officials. Right? Yeah, the U.S. officials, and I call it officials. It's terrible. And of course, we see this, and sometimes when those things happen, Madam President, we sit by, we read it, we watch it, and we remain silent. And those periods of silence, while it's good to be silent, when you remain silent, people feel they could do more things. And we have not stand up, we have not stood up. And the other point I had to make today, and I'm happy Senator Lewis raised it, the issue on the bombing of the children. It takes us almost over a month before I hear someone nationally speak about this thing, which is Senator Lewis. I've not nobody. Maybe there was a release, even by our noble government. The UNICEF, the Children Fund, where are these persons? Where are they? Yes, we have little issues here. We have a case where we had a young lady who would have been killed, and all of this is serious, yeah. But what is happening over there? The world, no one man controls this world except God in his own right. No one. And we sit back in the Caribbean, and things just happen around us, and we're all happy. And we're free to talk. And we need to speak up. And I want us to stand up and talk and speak up. We are strong people. We know how to be out. Senator Lewis knows. He gets the people out on the street, and they know to be vigilant about issues. I don't know sure if it's a leadership issue, if it's a mobilization issue, if it's a, but we need to speak. Nobody cannot do us anything for speaking up against injustices. And I want to join my voice with him today on this matter because those are some pointers I have here, days now waiting for this moment. We didn't speak before about what we could talk about, but I respect him as a senior leader in this side here. Well, this side here, Cox, that up there, you know, on this matter. And no, we have to stand up and talk about it. We need to let our voices not just be heard, let our intent be heard. Because, as we said, today is someone else, tomorrow is us. But we don't want no tomorrow. Because if we stand up and deal with matters early enough, there will be no tomorrow. Because the message will be very clear about our position on matters. We must not be compromised in any way. At the same time, Madam President, I want to say, for us to speak and for us to stand up, we have to be clear with our conscience. That is very important. And when things is not right, we have young persons looking up. They're watching the same thing on TV, on YouTube. It comes up. What are they saying? What are they saying? And maybe it's the time, Senator Lewis, that we may need to have some statement. I'm not sure if it's legally possible, out of this House, pertaining to the condemnation of those things. It may be something that is need to be considered, that the Senate issues a strong statement of condemnation of these things to humanity, because it's just not the correct thing to do. I think that is something that needs strong consideration. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator St. Clair, and I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I rise on the adjournment, and I feel obligated to associate myself with some of the sentiments echoed first by Senator Lewis in relation to Cuba, and to assure the nation of a number of things. One, apart from the fact that the Grenadian government has contributed US $500,000 towards the purchase of humanitarian aid and supplies for the people of Cuba, which I think I quite agree is the very least we can do, given the experiences we've had with the government and people of Cuba. But in relation to our 37 students over there, I take the opportunity again to reiterate that we have been in touch with our ambassador in Havana, Ambassador Glenn Noel. Ever so often I touch base with him just to make sure I check in on the welfare of the students there. Many of the students are in their finalizing years, so many of them want to complete. And so he assures me they have adjusted their programs. Some parts of it had to be done online. They've adjusted their study programs, but they're managing, they're in good health. Fortunately, there was quite a bit of support that left since ending of last year, 2025, that got there just about February. Food supplies from here. Ministry of Education, concerned parents, and former persons who studied in Cuba all contributed, so a container of food supplies got up there in February. So he shows me that they have a decent supply of food at the moment that they're managing well with, and we're constantly in touch. Additionally, the Ministry of Education has sent an additional hardship allowance to them to allow them to be able to cope as best as possible within this period. And as a region in the OECS Ministers of Education and the OECS heads of governments have been working together to have a coordinated response in relation to potential urgencies that could arise for our students who are studying in Cuba. So we are working with the Director General of the OECS Education, the OECS Commission, the Education Department, and the Management Unit, so that in case we have to remove our students, which we hope we won't have to, we can do that collectively and benefit from the economies. So I'm sharing all of this to bring some degree of comfort to parents of persons who have parents who have children studying in Cuba, or families or friends, to let them know that we have been in touch, their children are okay, they're managing. We have been in touch with the ambassador, and as a government we have done, and we are doing what we think is best within our reach to do at this point in support of the people of Cuba and our students there as well. Thank you very much, Madam President.
16th and 17th of April, Grenada will host parliamentarians from around the Caribbean on a CARE seminar, to which I have already reminded you that we are hosting, and you are all invited. And what does this have to do with Cuba? CARE links the two. And Senator Andre Lewis has put on the floor the need for us to care for Cuba, to express our care and concern as solidarity, tangible solidarity, and that there are initiatives he reported in the society, the one from Ruggles Ferguson and Dr. Malachi Dottin, and the Minister of Education, member of the Cabinet of the Government of Grenada, has updated us on initiatives that the Government of Grenada has taken and will continue to monitor. The proposal, let me say that the Speaker of the House, if I am correct, attended a meeting in support of Cuba in Panama. The meeting was held, I was in Washington, I think he went to the meeting in Cuba. But we are engaged within the hemisphere in diplomacy around this question. Here in our own country, I want to applaud the initiatives and taking prerogative and speaking in my own personal capacity. We have not done enough. We have not done enough, either speaking out or taking appropriate actions to donate food or money or to spend time with the Cuban leadership here and support them. We have a new Cuban ambassador who has come to us, I think just about a month ago, in the middle of all of this. She needs to know that she's among friends, doesn't she? And so I know that some colleagues have been speaking with her and visiting her. Cuba is not an arm, it's a sister and a brother country. That's what they have been to Grenada, and it is important that Grenada support the Cuban people because they are part and parcel of us. And so I endorse the call for national public support for our Caribbean sister country. Cuba, its people, and of course our own nationals are there. I send greetings to the Cuban diplomatic presence in Grenada on the occasion of 47th experience of bilateral relations, establishment of bilateral relations, which will be upcoming on the 14th of April. And there will be activities to commemorate that. If you have received an invitation from any quarter, it would be good to honor it. And I will also take under advisement the proposal of Senator St. Clair for a statement from the Senate. So I would say to St. Clair and Andrew Lewis, please see me after this to see how we can take the suggestion forward. I want to thank all of you for your session this morning. This last conversation reassures me again that the Senate is a place of leaders the three speakers, I know there are many more who would want to speak, but the speakers brave issues and topics that so easily fall away from us. But the destruction of humanity with war, because that's what war does, destroys humanity, means that we too are destroyed. We are humanity. And I'm proud of the senators and the Senate as an institution for constantly reminding us that there is work to do at home and abroad, and that we will not, as human beings and as political leaders, national leaders, remain insensitive to wrong, to ill, to destruction. So I thank you, and I encourage us to go out, whether it's through support for Cuba, participation in the May Day ceremonies that are coming up, and any other ill that we attach ourselves to working to end, to do so knowing that we are completing part of what our country stands for: justice, human rights, and improvement of humanity. All those who are in favor of the adjournment of the Senate, say aye. And those opposed, say no. Senate is adjourned. Sine die.